What is going on, Internet? It's your guy, JG from AuburnSports.com. A lot of people know me as JG or the Commodore or, I don't know, maybe in some other names that aren't as nice. But, we won't go into those tonight. First of all, welcome back to our show. We've been doing these every Saturday night since, I don't know, January, something like that. It used to be that we would do these because there was basketball going on, and then basketball petered out, and then spring football petered out, and now we find ourselves here in July, days are getting away from me, trying to make sense of this world that doesn't have a lot of sports in it, and we may not get a lot of satisfaction as Auburn observers anytime soon. We'll talk about that here in a minute. I want to get this started for the folks. I always aim to put these up on the podcast stream, and I forget to do it. So, blah, blah, blah. A couple things I want to point out. We are doing the show. This show is our first show on the new computer that we were able to get because of your generosity through the past few months. Thank you very much for that. We got an Apple iMac Pro. It is very beastly. It is very large and has a huge screen right here in front of me. I think I'm going to end up getting a second monitor just for chats over here on the side. But until then, we'll just kind of go with it all on one screen. I want to thank you guys very much for your support. I could not have done this without it. These are pretty expensive pieces of equipment, but the super chats and stuff like that you send me, and there have been so many. Thank you guys. I don't go to Vegas on that. I don't know. I don't buy that expensive meat that Knotted Shorts likes to cook and floss about on the site. I reinvested into stuff that we do with the site, and this computer is a beast. And when we get back to sports, I'm going to be able to do a lot of things on this that I was struggling to do on my old, outdated laptop. So thank you guys very much. Again, so everything seems to be working okay. You guys are seeing me and hearing me. I know the screen's a little bit different. Or the camera, I should say. And you can see we've got a little extra space out here where my background doesn't quite fit because my old camera, which I still have hooked up for an alternate setting. Yeah, check this out right here. Hey guys, what's going on? You want to talk about something? I'll talk about something. Talk about kicking your ass. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't really do that. I don't even know if I can do that for you guys. I still have my old one hooked up, which is a much more close-up type situation. But this one up here, the one that you guys are watching me through, I think is a better camera. So we're going to go with that. And we'll figure this out later. I just wanted to get this thing up and going. And again, I thank you guys so much for that. Leif B with our first super chat of the show. My man in Davis County, Kentucky says, here's a little coin for that second monitor. The monitors they're not very expensive compared to the iMac Pro. So thank you very much. You've got me about a quarter of the way there already. Thank you very much, sir. Oh, yeah. Rob D says, about to blast off. JG going big. Yeah, this is like for a Mac guy like myself, this is like a dream computer. It's an absolute beast. They're going to come out with a new iMac, like the standard iMac soon, I would imagine the next 9 months or so, because Apple's making a shift from Intel chips to their own silicon. But I believe, this iMac Pro is kind of a different beast, so I don't really think it's going to be affected right away. Anyway, EU Taxman says the camera is crisper. I think this is a full badass camera here, whereas my other one wasn't quite. So anyway, Rob D says, what brand of mic do you use? I use a Heil PR40, which is a broadcast quality mic. And this is actually a mic that a lot of radio people actually use in real life. So I've been using this one since maybe not the very beginning, but certainly since the beginning of the video era here at AuburnSports.com. I was doing podcasts with it. Hoke and I didn't start with one like this, but I'm probably 50 shows in. I switched to this, and I've been using it ever since. Ever since then. So that's the situation there. Let's see. Jay upgraded to the Gabe DeArmond studio package. Dude, Gabe, I don't know if he was putting this out on Twitter or whatever. I see you making the joke here, and I don't know, because I text with Gabe a lot, and I don't know what he's told you guys or whatever, but he basically said, JG, I want to set up something like you. How do I do it? And I gave him a list like this long of shit, and he bought every last piece. I wasn't necessarily expecting that. But he bought it all, and he is in the process now of putting it together. So they'll have themselves a video show over there at Power Mizzou. I would love to be able to go to his house and help him get it set up. But if you guys know, Joplin is a long way from here, so that may not happen. Just as a scheduling note, we are going to have a special guest on the show before long. I said I would do it around 7:30, and it's now 7:22 in the Central Time Zone. This is someone I really like, someone who I really respect, someone who knows Auburn well, and someone who has never been on this show ever. So I don't want to give anything more away than that. It is not a coach, though. I thought about trying to get a coach on, but I just haven't done that yet, so we'll worry about that another time. Leif B says a podcast can be the best written, most interesting podcast, but if it sounds bad, I don't listen. Yeah, that's exactly how I am as a consumer when I'm consuming, too. Thank you for pointing that out, Leif B. I've always been very particular about our sound at Auburn Sports when we do our podcasts at Voodoo. We use what I consider to be the best mics in my price range, which are the Sennheiser 850s, and they're about $100 a piece, but they are terrific for what we do. And I actually bought a different one for Brian. It's a Sennheiser. It's not an 850. It's a different one, but I think it works better with his voice because he has a very low voice, whereas me and Jay Lee have kind of a more standard voice. Love the Cat's guesses that Christy could be the secret guest. It is not Christy, but it is someone who knows Christy. But no, and not a member of the Malzahn family. It's somebody that everybody who has chatted in this show right now knows who it is. But anyway, look at that. Raven even comes up when he says that iMac looking dang spiffy. He's even got like the little iMac graphic. That's pretty sweet. Let me see if I can turn this camera around. You guys might be able to see the iMac itself. Yeah, there it is. Well, it's kind of hard to see, but so I used to have my laptop here right on the desk, and now I've got the iMac backed away a little bit. It's actually on a smaller desk out there, but anyway, so that's what we do here on the show. Sorry, it's sideways, guys. But yeah, that camera right there, I was trying to get that to work, and I couldn't get it to work, so we just kind of left it there. It makes me feel more impressive. And, of course, we got our bourbon all around us. I mean, why not, right? Anyway, thank you guys for taking that tour. I'm sorry it was so bouncy. Hey, now. So I'm really fired up. This iMac is an absolute just crusher, man. We're going to be able to do all the G-Pit stream with no problem at all. I mean, this show used to use about 25% CPU when we did it before on the laptop, and it's currently using 5%. It's just crushing it. Canoe Man says, how are you enjoying it, man? It's been great so far. I mean, shoot. And iMac Air is fine for what I do on the bunker, but it's the video stuff that requires a little bit more, and the shows, particularly if I do more than one stream. And it's been awesome so far. I just haven't had a lot of video to do because, Auburn's not playing sports right now. So, anywho. Chaz Music says, Alan Green. Actually, we will get Alan Green on this show at some point. We will do that, but not today. Not today. Let's see. Forrest B says, post-Wind Lakes golf round, what do you think our offs are? Our offs of getting J.D. Davison? I saw we got a crystal ball for him on Rivals. Yeah, so J.D. is a in-state kid. Probably going to come down to Auburn and Alabama for him. There could be some other programs sneaking in there, but I don't know. It's going to be a battle between Auburn and Alabama. And, he has been pro-Alabama in the past, and we'll just have to see if that's a really big deal moving forward. I mean, BP tends to get a lot of the dudes that he wants, right? Now, we all were frustrated when Bro went to the G League, and that's a new specter in the world of college recruiting. But, I mean, guys, he's going to get his. Odds. Yes, odds. Correct, AU Taxman. Thank you. We are going to be drinking tonight, of course. I wanted to go ahead and finish this bad boy off. The Knob Creek Single Barrel. This is actually a hand select version that I got at the State Liquors in Louisville, Kentucky about a year ago. And I just don't drink a lot of this. It's 120 proof, which is a little hot for me. Although it behaves itself. It's not one of those like larceny barrel proof things that like to kill me last time I drank it. But so we'll just go ahead and pour ourselves a little Knob Creek single barrel and start the night off with that. We are going to be going on vacation holidays. Our friends in Europe would say, beginning Wednesday, up in the hills of Eastern Tennessee. We decided we were just going to go ahead and do that. I do anticipate doing a show next Saturday night, live from the hills in East Tennessee. I'm sure my friend J Dub, who's a big Auburn guy, will be with me. And we'll see if we can get JB on the stream as well, my friend from Washington, D.C., who will be there as well. And maybe Cuz and Becky and whoever else just happens to stop by. And then G-Pits, I will still be in the mountains for G-Pits. That may end up being an audio-only show. But we'll still do the show either tomorrow or Monday as planned, like normal. And hopefully we'll get Gabriel on there. I think Gabe's got some cool stuff he can talk about that's been going on with him up there in Missouri. We've also got some stuff to talk about as far as the chances of a season not looking real good right now. We talk on the bunker a lot, obviously, about COVID and how dangerous is it, how lethal is it? Is it dangerous really to kids in the 18 to 22 range, et cetera, et cetera? You know, regardless of your opinion on it or my opinion on it, it really comes down to the university presidents, whatever medical experts they're listening to, and then it's up to Greg Sankey to kind of collect their opinions and their observations and make a unified decision. He said on Friday, I believe it was, could have been Thursday night, that he expects to make a decision in late July after OTAs start, which I think is next week. This coming week, I think 15, 16, 17, somewhere in that range. Auburn and other SEC programs will be able to start doing some basic football activities. They're not going to be wearing pads or anything like that, but they can actually do some coordinated team activities. They have just been doing individual stuff so far. So that will be a big step forward, and they're going to try to figure out, hey, are these kids exposed unnecessarily, unduly, et cetera, one of those deals. So, you know, Rob D says, I think we all agree conference games only. To me, Rob, that is an absolute best case scenario. And one that I would take right now. I would take an 8-game SEC schedule right now if I could lock it in, and I would be out and I'd be happy as I could be about it. But I'm not sure that's what's going to actually happen. I am very concerned that they're just going to punt it. Now, they may say here in the next 3 days, okay, we'll go to a conference-only schedule plus, I don't know, a homecoming game or something. I don't even know what they're going to say. But Georgia Rebel says, what up, JG? My 8-year-old son loves the show. Give Bryce a shout-out. Bryce, word. Welcome to the show. I'm glad. I hope you watch it every week. I will try to not cuss. I don't want to do that. But your dad's a cool dude, and you're lucky to have him as your padre. My opinion. And I know things because I stream, so therefore I know things, right? I am personally, I'm pessimistic that there's going to be a season at all. And it makes me sick to my stomach because, I mean, if we're just being real here, I mean, I don't think it puts the site in doubt because we'll stay together. I mean, we're going to. And on the other side, when Auburn Athletics does pick back up, we're going to be here. At the same time, like at some point, it's just like, you know, what am I doing? Like me, I'm just talking about me for a minute. I mean, what are we doing? Me, Brian, Jeffrey, and my friends, you know, Jason, Phillip. I mean, what are we doing? What can we do? And I know a lot of you guys out there are doing the thing, you know. COVID's kicking a lot of people in the ass. Whether it's, you know, a really bad one or it doesn't hurt that bad. It just depends. But I don't know. It concerns me. Taxman says if there's no season, you'd think at least half of the bars and restaurants in Auburn don't survive. I don't know about half, but it's going to be tough, man. It's going to be tough. You know, the kids, for the most part, are probably still going to be there. going to college. So I think the restaurant scene in Auburn will still have life. Yeah, D-Lucky. I'm kind of glad YouTube caught that one, brother. My man Cardea is in the house. Go team. Thank you, Cardea. We were trying to pick you up on the Warzone the other day, you and your boy Pachuta, but I guess you guys were in the middle of a game, which happens sometimes. Anyway, been thinking about you, brother. You were actually requested yesterday by Double D's. But thank you very much for your super chat, sir. Georgia Rebel says he's on delay just in case there are some bad words spoken. That's probably a good idea. Ed D says, JG, how do you feel about spring football season? Listen, man, I would be totally for it if the fall doesn't come out the way that we would expect it to or the way we would want to, and it doesn't happen. If they were to go to spring, obviously I would be in favor. You would be in favor. It was described to me by somebody who would know about these things that it's just nearly impossible to make that happen because, I mean, really, when it comes down to it, the NFL calls the shots. I mean, they're going to continue to draft in April, and I was just reading the chat. Sorry. Yeah, it's the seniors or the draft eligible juniors. Excuse me, the coveted prospects. They're not going to want to play then because they're going to want to work out and get ready for the NFL. Now, if the NFL were to come down and say, "Hey, we'll move the draft to May or something," maybe, but they're not inclined to do that. The NFL calls their own shots, okay? Plus, man, it would be an absolute mess from a TV perspective. I mean, it's never happened where you have, a full basketball season going concurrently with a full football season. I just think that would be a nightmare as far as television contracts go. And you say, well, JG, just put them all on TV and everybody can decide. Well, it's a little more complicated than that. I mean, these networks have paid astronomical sums of money for the broadcasting rights for these leagues, these games. And then to lose their market, to say, well, college football will be on that day is just a backbreaker. And those people are not going to want to do that. Ed D says baseball players get drafted but play college. Yeah, but usually only College World Series. I mean, it's like the last, series or 5 games. And for a lot of players, that is not the way it happens. I mean, it's during the regionals or whatever, but that's not supremely common, no. All right, I think it's time for us to go to our special guest. And the one thing that didn't transfer over well for me when I moved the stuff from the laptop to the new computer was Skype. I tested it a few times, and I think I've got everything worked out that was pissing me off about it earlier. But there is a small possibility that this could go haywire, but I don't think it will. All right, I'm not even going to tell you guys. I've already given you some hints about who this person's going to be. This person knows Auburn very well. This person knows me very well. Every single person in the chat, with the possible exception of Georgia Rebel's son, is going to know this name, going to know this person. He has never been on the show before. If I gave you anything more, he's from Birmingham. He's taller than me. He's a good athlete. He's about 35. Something like that. Have I given you guys enough hints? Have you figured it out yet? Nah, we're just going to go ahead and call and see what's going on. You guys ready? Here we go. Turn it up a little bit so you guys can hear it.
Hello.
Yo, what up, man?
What's up?
It's your boy JG.
I know.
All right, so I was telling the folks on the show that I had a special guest, and since I have you on the phone now, I'll tell you who it is. It is Justin Hokinson.
Wow, that's a guest.
What up, Ho?
What about special? I'm good, man. What's up with you?
Well, your name came up the other day on the bunker when they were talking about the best people of the J.G. Tate era at Rivals, and there were some people that felt like you were right at the tip top, way ahead of me. So
Well, that's not possible. It's your era.
I don't know. It started with me and you together, though, man.
It did. It did. Those were good times, man. How's the bunker these days?
Solid. A lot of political chatter, man. A lot of political chatter.
It's hard to avoid.
Yeah, you and I, we had a lot of political chatter back in the day, man. You and I did. And my opinions have changed a little bit since then.
Have they?
Yeah, they have. They really have.
Oh, yeah. It's I don't know. I don't know what's happening now. It's pure insanity. I don't know what's going on anymore.
Listen, I want to talk to you primarily. Well, I guess the first thing I want to talk to you about was basketball. I mean, you love basketball. You go to games. You've always been a huge basketball guy, even back when they sucked really bad. What are your expectations for this next year with BP?
Ooh, yeah. I still remember going to that freaking Las Vegas tournament, like Bruce's first year. I don't know. They speak about somebody as bad.
Yeah.
Ooh, expectations for next year. I saw some stuff that kind of projected them, maybe out of the tournament or maybe a bubble type team to start the season. That kind of sounds about right to me. I would hate to bet against Bruce. I mean, given the last 3 years, especially. I mean, he's got it going on, and he coaches hard, and he gets the most out of those guys. But man, they're losing a lot of maturity, a lot of leadership, a lot of games, a lot of minutes. And so, I don't know. They're going to be talented. Like, it could come together and they could win 20 games again, 22 games, but that's a lot. There's a lot more unknown than known. I mean, you're depending a lot on how a bunch of these guys develop. How does Stretch develop? How does Jalen Williams develop? How does Cambridge develop? How does Flanagan develop? Like, all those guys showed flashes, but every single one of them have to improve a lot. Then you factor in the freshmen coming in, and where do they fit? Like, so to me, there's just a lot of unknown, more than known. Like, potential's there, but man, who's your leaders? Who do you rely on? Who's going to go get you buckets if you need it? Not Samir, So
we've been talking on the show the last few weeks about who is going to play. Like, how do you staff shooting guard / small forward? Because you've got some options there. I mean, Cambridge, Al Flanagan, maybe JT Thor could play a 3. But it's like none of those guys inspire a lot of confidence in me. Do you feel differently about any of those guys?
No. I think you're right. Powell's interesting, but yeah, could he? I mean, he's underrated. I think we think, but do we think he's going to come in and be that kind of underrated? Like, he's just going to come in and score 12 points a game? No, I don't think so. So yeah, I think that's a big one. I mean, obviously you've had the ability to shoot the ball 2 years ago. It diminished a little bit last year. Now what does it look like? Especially deep. I don't know. What's your ability to really stretch defenses? Maybe this is kind of definitely a different team in that regard. But yeah, that 2 position, that's going to be an interesting one. To me, you've got Cambridge showed flashes. Like, if he became consistent, that's great. But Flanagan needs to drive, and Sharif's gonna, he'll shoot a little bit. But you got Chris Moore, and all these other guys are gonna, to me, are like Jalen Williams. They're all playing inside the perimeter, to me, attacking. So maybe it could be what you saw last year, even developed even more. Like, to me, it could be even a little bit less prolific 3-point shooting and even more attacking the basket.
Yeah, and if Allen could hit his free throws, man, I love what he can do as an attacker. He's going to get better finishing, but his free throw percentage has got to come up from 30 or whatever it was. He's got to get to 60 or something.
Yeah, he's got a pretty horrific shot to be the son of a coach. His shot's pretty bad. But yeah, he better improve his free throw shooting, right? Because if you think about that Tennessee game where he finally came out of his shell and did what he should be doing and looked phenomenal. Like, he looked great. But if he does that, he's going to be going to the line. Like, it's like Isaac, where Isaac gave up some points last year at the free throw line, I thought.
Yeah.
So Flanagan better improve that part of his game, and he ought to be driving and attacking all day, dude. His body is incredible. Like, his skills and his traits, his physical traits is legit, man. That guy could be a tough guard.
Yeah.
If he stays within his comfort zone,
Yeah. And gets his free throw shot. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you've got some really good, what I think, prototype Pearl power guys. I mean, Stretch is the prototype, and JT Thor's a prototype, and Jalen's a power forward that can shoot the three. I mean, he didn't shoot it well last year, but I think we all know he can and he will. So he's got his usual guys in the post. It's just they're not as experienced maybe as they've been in the past.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one to me. And, yeah, I agree with you about Jalen. I mean, you saw even a couple of threes he missed. It wasn't he didn't have a bad shot. I mean, he's got, to me, better skills to be a spot-up guy than Anthony did. That's for sure. Anthony came a long way, but if Jalen could easily be that guy. But, yeah, the post-up game and all that's going to be interesting. I wonder what you think about – so if we think Stretch is going to start, who do you think is – next off, like, who do you think is the next off the bench? Do you think Chris of the new guys? Do you think Chris Moore? Do you think or Dylan Cardwell? Because the more I think about it, I feel like outside of Sharif, I feel like Dylan Cardwell is going to be the most impactful freshman outside of Sharif Cooper. Is that crazy?
Well, I mean, I think a lot of JT, and I think Dylan Cardwell is going to be better than a lot of people realize because they kind of got him late. You know what I mean? And it was like they were kind of sneaking him through, even though he's a good player. I agree that Cardwell is going to be better than a lot of people realize. I think that's kind of where you're going with that. But Chris Moore is the one for me. I don't really know how he fits because he's not particularly tall. Is he a 3? Is he a 4? I know he can shoot a little bit. Can he bang a little bit? You know, I don't know where he fits.
I agree. He's a rebounding machine in high school, it looked like, but I'm with you. I don't even know if 6'7" is right. I mean, to me, he looked like he was 6'5" or 6'6".
Yeah.
And so I kind of thought the same thing. I'm like, looks like he's a really hard worker, but I mean, looks like he does most of his stats and his production is just working hard, like Deshaun Murray. Maybe he's more talented Deshaun Murray, but
that's a good parallel, Hoke. Yeah.
But I agree. I don't know exactly how he fits in, but God, I look at Cardwell and think that needs a big, strong body. And I don't know of another one. Like Stretch is lean and Moore doesn't have the height, and JT can kind of do all that. So he's not that guy. So I just feel like Cardwell's going to end up playing a bunch of minutes off the bench as that big guy, that guy that can eat up some minutes. Especially Stretch. I don't know. Maybe the guy. I've never seen him in extended minutes. Does he foul a lot? Does he use his height right, or does he reach over and like Wiley would do and just foul people for no reason? I don't know.
Remember you and I, we were huge on Austin Wiley when he was just coming up, when he was at Spain Park, and I didn't realize that he couldn't go 2 minutes without fouling. I mean, it's just not something that showed up for us, It took a while to get used to that.
It's one of those things you don't see. But I'm proud of his last year. He did kind of put it together and was a freaking bull. By the way, I've watched, so I know the guy that's training Austin now is a friend of mine I actually went to high school with that played in Europe for a bunch of years in Birmingham, and he's training Austin now, and so I watch on his Instagram, and Austin looks pretty good. I don't know what he's going to do with his career, but he's out there doing pick and pop from like elbow and even hitting some threes. So he's, he's kind of trying to work that part of the game. I think he has to. Like if he wants any shot, even playing in Europe or whatever, he's got to be able to knock something down.
Hey, something I was wanting to ask you, though. We're kind of in this world now where it's like Auburn and Memphis go for a lot of the same dudes, and it's like we've come to vilify Penny and Memphis in general. And you kind of – I'm not saying you're a Memphis fan. You're not. But you back in the day before we gave a shit about Memphis, you liked Memphis, right?
I did. That's been a bit of a predicament for me because I grew up in Memphis. I have an autographed Penny for when he went for Player of the Year in 1993. They made these literal pennies that had his face on the backside. It had the pyramid and had Penny Hardaway Player of the Year candidate, and inside it had a bunch of information about him, and they mailed it out to people to try to get him Player of the Year. I think Talbert Chaney won it that year. But I have one of those with his autograph. Anthony Hardaway, 25, MSU, Memphis State. So I grew up going to games at the Pyramid. So I love Penny, probably my favorite player, and I do like Memphis. But that's changed. I mean, almost because I still like Memphis because that's my hometown team. But dude, Penny is going to ruin that program, and I don't understand how people at Memphis just don't care. I'm like, do y'all understand there is cheating in basketball, and then there is Memphis right now, and they're on another level. And I'm just waiting for one of the most beloved players of all time at Memphis to just decimate them. And it just will blow me away. I'm like, what are y'all going to do? Are you going to love him when he just gets thrashed by the NCAA? And then losing Mike was bad. Mike was the best coach they had.
Yeah.
Mike was getting annoyed because honestly, he did all the coaching. And he's like, why are you not doing the coaching? You're the head coach. So you could kind of see Mike leaving in the
Did he go to the NBA?
in the cards. But
where did he go?
I don't know where he went, but I saw somebody toss his name out as like maybe a head coaching, like maybe he could coach the Knicks or somebody. I don't know who their coach is, but I don't know that he's got a place yet.
Okay, word. And one other thing, man, Eric Musselman is now the head coach at Arkansas and looks like he's pretty good. If you remember, you actually were the first person to talk about Auburn showed interest in him. This before Pearl. And we were like you and I working together, kind of calling bullshit on that. We're like, who the hell is this guy? And like, he ended up being really good, man. So whoever got involved
he's
with
done
him.
a good job.
Yeah.
I remember Adam Harrington at the time, I think had ties to Musselman, and I remember talking to him whenever that was. And he was pushing really hard for Musselman whenever that was. Seemed like that would have been a good hire at the time. I mean, you needed somebody energetic. I think he is. I think he's doing a good job. He probably would have done a good job, but it worked out for Auburn.
Yeah, it did. Bruce Pearl's pretty good.
Yeah.
Also want to ask you a little bit about your time at Rivals, Hoke. You and I were working together with Jeffrey, and then Jeffrey kind of bounced in, I guess that would have been October of 12. And it was just kind of me and you there for a little while, wasn't it?
It was, man. Those were good times. Still remember the Garden City trip. That'll always be a great one. I don't know when I'll ever be back in Kansas in my life.
Yeah.
So that was a fun one.
Dude,
but yeah, man, those were
3.5 hours
times.
into nowhere. Like we just went out into the nothing for like 3 hours.
It's pretty much the nothing. Yeah, like Dodge City. I mean, that was the coolest thing we saw.
It was pretty rad.
And then it was just nothingness. So we did. Oh, I'll tell you what, Dodge City or the first Pizza Hut ever,
which is on the
campus of Wichita State.
Absolutely. I always tell people that, like, you know where the very first Pizza Hut was? And you also like the fact they had a golf course on the campus of Wichita State as well, like right there, like right on campus.
They did. I think we walked in the basketball arena. Interesting place there. I think I got a Shockers hat just because I figured, when am I going to be back here? Never.
Another thing I remember you doing is when we parked to go to the shop to get the Shockers gear, the football stadium was like behind us, and it's dilapidated. They haven't played there since the 80s, and you looked at it and you were like, what the hell is that? Like, they used to play there, bro. He's like, you were like a long time ago, man.
Dude, here's the better part of that story is, and the diehards, the people that follow recruiting will remember. The come latelys won't. But they got Nick Marshall. That's cool. Who did they decide not to go get?
Oh,
Tyreek Hill.
Oh, yes, you were on the horn with somebody that day. I remember.
Tyreek Hill, we watched Tyreek Hill play basketball in a pickup game at Garden City, and he's really, really good. And he was an absolute specimen. Obviously, he's incredibly fast, but he's probably had 1% body fat and was just insanely quick. And they didn't offer him. He was right there. Would have been a package deal with Nick. Can you imagine Nick Marshall, Trey Mason, all them? Now throw Tyreek Hill into the mix of whatever you want to do with him. Oh, my God.
Tyreek, we can agree Tyreek's had some off-the-field issues, right? It's kind
True.
of a handful.
That's true. There's no guarantee Duke Williams that he would have come to Auburn and rehabilitated anything, but for maybe a season, right? Like,
right.
Just can we get a season out of him? That would have been unbelievable to watch him. But I mean, there's no reason they wouldn't have gotten him. And obviously, Nick's going to Auburn. I don't see why they don't land Tyreek Hill, considering where he ended up going. But
yeah, I think he would have gone to Auburn.
Yeah.
But I remember you getting on the horn with the coach at Auburn. I'm not going to say who it was, and being like, "Do you know who this is? This kid looks really, really fast and really good." And the guy was like, "Nah, we're good." Like, and you and I were both just like, "What? This kid looks really good." You know?
I'm like, all right. But I mean, and then here we are, they're taking guys like Shivers and the same kind of guy. So I don't, well, to be fair, maybe they knew something we didn't. And said, it could be an issue. Could be an issue down the road. So give them credit there.
Well, I was bummed that you left us, though, Hoke. I got to be honest with you. I was sad that you left us, or you kind of left me because it was just me and you at the time. But I guess things happen sometimes. I mean, you've turned out to be a total badass. Doing what you do, and we're doing okay. So I guess it worked out.
Yeah, y'all are doing awesome, man. It's all good, dude. I guess just you never know what's going to happen. You never know where life's going to lead you. But I mean, Rivals was awesome, and I mean that's still I left, but dude, I was part of Rivals and the Bunker way back. So regardless of where I ended up, like that's always kind of the place I go back to, and when I think about message boards, and certainly think about the Auburn fan base and kind of where to get information and just kind of that whole deal. I mean, the Bunker and auburnsports.com is always kind of home, if you will. So there's a reason last year that's where I still go back to and check in on the Bunker. And so those were good times, man. It's still rolling along.
Well, you're missed, Hoke. You had so many great ideas. You were the one that were like, we've got to do a podcast back before I even knew what a podcast was. And you said, we got to do this. You always had a lot of great ideas about things we should be doing. And I missed that part of it, but I know you're working somewhere else, giving great ideas with what you do now. So.
Yeah, man. Good times. Well, I still keep up with it. I don't know what's the consensus on the fall? I mean,
not looking good.
What happens if there's no football? What do you do? What's everybody going to do?
Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do, Hoke. You're going to keep going to work every day. I don't know about me. It doesn't look good. I'll just put it that way.
It's a shame, man. They just can't not have fans. Like they would lose so much money. They have to have some kind of fans. They have to, or they'll just be.
Yeah,
they'll be done.
It's just not worth it without fans, right? I mean, yeah, you would still satisfy the TV contract, but
I'd be okay with watching them on TV. But I just, they can't lose that amount of money. They just can't. They got to have 20%. They have to have some. They have to have some kind of. They have to have some kind of fans in the stands, but I have no idea. I mean, the way it's going now, it's got to be like a perfect scenario for anybody to take any risk or any chance. So which we're not going to get to that point. I mean, we're just not going to create this perfect environment in the next month where we're like, nothing's going to happen, no cases. We're all like, this is not going to happen. You're just going to have to decide there's risk and go with it. Yeah. And I feel like nobody's willing to do that.
That's kind of where we are, man. And it's going to be up to the presidents, and they're going to have a bunch of academic types telling them this, that, and the other thing. And I think we all know where it's headed.
Yeah.
Where are you living now, Hoke? Are you in Birmingham?
No, we're still in Auburn.
Oh, word. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, still in Auburn, man. Got a 1-year-old. Crazy.
Daddy Hoke. How about that?
I know, man. She's awesome.
Well, listen, you're very kind to come on the show, and I know everybody was really fired up to hear from you again. So you're the man, Hoke.
Well, I appreciate it, man. Y'all be good. Tell everybody I said hey.
All right. See you, bro.
See ya.
Bye-bye. Daddy Hoke. How about that, huh? It sounds like he's running a kennel is what Sterling says. Yeah. Awesome to have Hoke on the show. Like I said, you guys don't remember, you guys were probably here, a lot of you, but you just weren't really paying attention to this part of it. But I mean, it was like, I was working in a newspaper, and then Jeffrey hired me to come be their team guy. So I was the team guy, Hoke was the recruiting guy, and then Jeffrey was kind of doing, both, whatever was coming up. And then when Jeffrey decided to leave after his confrontation with Sergeant Major Aubie, and he sold the site to me, it was just me and Hoke. And I was really scared, honestly. I didn't come over here to run the site. I came over here to be the beat writer. And so I had to get going very quickly on that. And Hoke had to step up what he was doing big time. And he did. He really did. Hoke's a hard worker now. And I was really bummed out when he left for 24/7 in May of 2014. It was a big hit for the site, but I did what I could to keep him here, and I think I know that I know why he left, and it didn't have to do with me. So I'll just leave it at that. And there's just other forces at play. Anyway, we love Hoke. Important part of our past at auburnsports.com, a guy that pays a lot of attention to Auburn basketball, knows people who know a lot about Auburn basketball, and we just appreciate him jumping on and being part of the show. So there you go. Justin Hokinson, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. During that interview, Ravin said, is it just me or is this broadcast in HD? You probably missed the very, very beginning, Ravin, and I think you need to hear this, but I have a new computer now. This is the first show we're doing on the new computer. I got an iMac Pro, which is an absolute beast of a computer. I don't know if it's 5 times the computing power of my old outdated laptop, or if it's 10 times, or if it's 20 times, I don't know. But this is a much, much, much stronger and better machine with a much better camera. And so I will not be surprised that you're seeing something different, on your screen. So there you go. Alpha Tiger in the house with his customary salutation to the folks. Sup, swoogans. Yeah. Every time I hit this table, the bottles clang. And that's kind of satisfying, but it's kind of not. Let's see. Love the Cat says Jeff likes... Oh, I'm not going to finish that. I don't think Jeffrey likes to do that. I think somebody accused him of something, and, he was just kind of pointing out what he was doing on that. Avery says, I just saw a alleged schedule. Yeah, I had to change that this week because I don't think that schedule has anything to do with what's going to actually happen this fall. I mean, if they play, if they don't play, obviously that has nothing. And then if they do play, that schedule just, who gives a shit? Like, it's not going to look like that. Oh, hey, what's up? I forgot to say Little Power Man is here tonight, Alpha Tiger, in case you were wondering. And then D Lucky says alleged is too certain. I wouldn't really know. I didn't know what to put. If it is conference only, I am told that they're going to be restructuring that schedule just completely, like top to bottom. And they're going to do their best to make sure that all of the critical games. I mean, Iron Bowl to me is critical. Now, is Auburn, Georgia critical? Probably. But all of a sudden, now you've got, everybody's going to say they've got critical games. Alabama's going to say their Tennessee game's critical, which they, third Saturday in October. Tennessee hadn't beaten Alabama since, Hector was a pup, but still, Everybody's got games that are really important to them for whatever reason. For the Iron Bowl, it's just, state supremacy. For other teams, it's probably a game that they think they can win. I mean, I don't think Alabama needs Tennessee because it's the game they can win. Alabama wins a lot of games anyway, but I don't know if Vanderbilt would feel really strongly about playing Kentucky because they'd actually have a shot against Kentucky a lot of times, whereas against Florida, they're going to get killed. Well, they usually play Florida well, but Carolina or Georgia or who the hell ever is going to kick their ass. Vanderbilt's just begging to play Arkansas right now. You know that. Missouri would love to play Arkansas right now. Let's see. Alpha Tiger says it's about time for Tate to get another hair appointment. Interesting that you would point that out. I didn't know you were so concerned about men's hair. Yeah, I didn't have a chance to do my hair up just exactly right before the show tonight, but we'll work on it next time. I actually just got my hair done not too long ago. Let's see. Hornatius says, FYI, I started the thread where Jay Lee flamed out. I would completely disagree with that assessment. Flaming out, he did not flame out. Hated it for him. AU Taxman says, Arkansas is our most critical game. Gus Bowl, baby. Gus Bowl. I don't think Jay Lee flamed out. I don't. I think he went too far. I think that, he went too far, but at the same time, I mean, was it funny? I mean, in the moment, yes, it was. Plus, I think we all know Sergio Majorby was not a real person. I mean, it was a real person, but it wasn't. I mean, that was a troll. We know who it was. It was Graham Paula. We know who it was. Alpha Tiger says, is Horny Poo ever going to be successful in getting Stump banned? Stump is too smart to get banned. And plus, I don't know if you guys noticed this, but I berated Stump privately, and I bring it up because he's mentioned it on the board, so I don't think it's a secret. I berated him privately for being starting so much political argumentation in threads on the bunker that had nothing to do with politics. You guys know what I'm talking about. And I said, you've got to knock this off. And I'm going to be honest with you guys, he has backed way off on the political stuff. Now, to him and to me too, COVID and politics are separate. Now, he is trying to dunk on people with the COVID thing daily. You guys know what I'm talking about. So there's been no change on that end. But I don't see him out there doing the whole DJT sucks and that whole deal. I don't see it. Now, he may be doing it on the Poe board. I don't care about that. But on the bunker, he's not doing it as much. So I'm not as down on Stump now. But he is trying to start fights. It's just over COVID. And then DM8, I don't even really know what to tell you on that. Aldridge says our AD told me if we can't have 50% capacity, then we will most likely have zero. The cost to have all the stadium personnel is too much to have only 25% or so. I agree. Oh, that's coming from the Ole Miss side. Gotcha. Glad to have, we always love Ole Miss folks over here. They're always welcome on our streams, and glad to have you, Aldridge. That's interesting. Keith Carter, I'm sure that's who it was. Also, a super chat coming in from the most faithful super chatter we've ever had here. StoopUp74 says, here's some money for a larger background banner. Okay. That's funny. StoopUp, I'm serious. I think StoopUp has super chatted every single stream we've ever done. I'm serious. I think it's every single show we've done. By the way, you can see now that my background, which used to be big enough to kind of fill the screen, is not anymore. So I'm having to rethink what we're going to do there. I mean, I can just get another one of these, I guess. But I'm just going to take this time to think about what we want to do. I can do a green screen. I could do like some other like Auburn stuff, or superimpose me over Jordan Hare or BP's office or something. I don't know. We're going to do something. AU Taxman says, can you imagine the board these days if a local vertical was still around? No, I couldn't. I had just I was just done with him. Tired of it. Had to let him go. It happens. I love the Cats. Hornacious says, Stump fan is a legend. Maybe among a certain sector. I definitely don't think he's our worst poster, but I wish that he were less argumentative. His stance is that people pick on him so that he needs to defend himself. So whatever. Love the Cat says JG has that Auburn sheet on some Chinese drywall. What? I mean, yeah, it is a wall. You're right. Alpha Tiger says, what is it going to take to get a local vertical back on board? I don't see it happening under that handle. Just don't see it happening. Avery says, does the new computer mean that the GPITS live stream will be live again? Yes, that is exactly what it means. It was about to blow up my computer before. It ain't going to blow this one up. So, yes, the plan is to do the GPITS stream live on the YouTubes. I reckon we'll do that Monday. And I reckon we're going to have Gabriel on because he's got some stuff to talk about. And those of you who are from Rebel Grove or who follow Neil on Twitter know that I don't know if he's been tweeting a lot lately. He's been on vacation this past week. I think he really deserved it. He is so fired up about COVID, and he seems to be aligning himself with the Clay Travis paradigm, which I don't discredit on face value. I just think that you can get too cynical about it. You know, I mean, I'm just trying to find a middle ground on COVID. It's definitely not a hoax. It's definitely not fake. We've got bunker folks multiple who have lost parents to COVID. So, I mean, it's not fake. And these people were healthy before the COVID hit them. I mean, but at the same time, you know, I do understand the concept that mainstream media, I'm not talking about newspapers, I'm talking about, you know, CNN, CNBC, Fox, I mean, you know, whatever, your national show of choice just tends to hype it up. They're trying to get ratings, so they're talking about the stuff that they think people are talking about. I'm not in that business. So it makes you feel more scared than maybe you should. Because March, April, I was watching all kinds of news. on the TV. My wife and I did. We watched all the briefings. You know, remember when those were a thing with Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci and DJT and Mike Pence and who else were the stars of that show? Jerome. I was just absolutely consumed with it, and I found myself getting really down. Just kind of like, we're not going to make it, you know, all that kind of shit. And so I don't watch TV news anymore at all. At all. Haven't watched it. I do watch the local reports, and they don't talk about COVID very much on those. But national news, which I used to watch a lot of, I don't watch any. That's zero. And I'm a happier person for it. I'm just saying it works for me. And you want to say, JG, you're going to duck your head in the sand? Dude, I'm just trying to stay alive. I'm trying to stay alive and enjoy my life. That's it, man. I am wearing a mask everywhere I go. I've noticed that in Montgomery, which is a place where there weren't a lot of masks 2 months ago, there's been a change. There's a lot more mask wearing now. I do see a few folks that don't, but it's rare. We went to Costco today, which is a place where you have to wear a mask, and everybody wore it, and you know everything's good. I went to Walmart 2 days ago, and it was full there too. Everybody wearing masks, and I don't think it's a coincidence that our COVID numbers have dropped significantly here. We were one of the hot spots in the country like a month ago, and now we're not even a hot spot in Alabama anymore. So we're making progress. Hornation says, if the season is canceled, are you hitting up my Halloween party? I would be willing to go to that because I like you, but it depends on what other scalawags are going to be there, which cohorts are going to be there. Some of those folks that bunker folks that you may hang out with, I don't really want to hang out with them. Not many, just a few. So you'd have to give me some more clarity on that, brother. But on face value, I'm good. Although you live out in the country somewhere, don't you? It scares me out there. I grew up in San Diego with people like my neighbors were like 10 feet away. And then in Tulsa, my neighbors were like 20 feet away. So I get nervous when I'm out in the country. I live in a neighborhood now where the house, I can probably almost touch the other house if I were to do, you know, that thing. Makes me feel more comfortable that way. Living that Hampstead life in, what's this? Southeast Montgomery, I guess. Raven P says, what is the toilet paper roll count at the Tate House? We just restocked today, in fact. We got one of those 24 packs at Costco. And they're all everywhere you go now. They got them. So I don't know what my count is, but we're good. Canoe Man says, where's my invite to Horn's Halloween party? You don't get an invite, Canoe Man. No, maybe you do. I don't know. You seem like a pretty cool dude to me. You would be invited if I had one. Power Man, I think that's Little Power Man, says we were the only people at dinner last night wearing a mask in Mobile. Oh my goodness. Well, that's bad. I think you should be wearing a mask. Your dad may disagree. And obviously, your dad doesn't disagree because you guys are wearing it. Some other dads may disagree, and that's cool. I can't control that, and I'm not really in the business of telling other people what to do. So, you guys do what you want to do. I'm going to be wearing a mask. By the way, I'm drinking this Knob Creek single barrel. You can see there's not much left. We started with just a little bit. I just want to finish this off tonight. I don't drink a lot of this. 120 proof. It's hot. It definitely burns the throat. And by the way, this is a hand selected pick from State Liquors, which is my liquor store of choice, really anywhere in the world, but in Louisville, Kentucky, near Gerstl's. They're near Trinity High School. If you guys are up in Louisville, they have tons and tons and tons of quality bourbon at State Liquors. And the guys at the front desk know everything about it. If you've got questions, they've got answers. So if you're ever up there, don't tell them JG sent you because they don't have any idea who I am. Doc29 says COVID just needs to work its way through and be done with it. I don't see it that way, but I'm not an immunologist. I'm not an immunologist. The thing that perplexes me, though, is a lot of these other countries, man, they had it worse than we did in the beginning. And they all wore the masks, and everything's chilled out. Hell, this band, I posted a video of it last night. This band it's a cover band out of Australia called Hindley Street Country Club. They're like, super good cover band. And they put on their YouTube channel like a message for our friends in America. I was like, oh shit, I live in America. What's up? And they were saying how, they're feeling for us, and they want Americans to know that they're thinking about us and they care about us. And I thought to myself for a second, like, care about what? And then it dawned on me that, like, they don't even deal with this really much anymore, right? New Zealand has, like, no cases. Australia doesn't have many. So that's what they were saying. And it's hard I live in a world in Montgomery where there's, again, we're doing better, but it's been a COVID problem for months now, and I just think that everybody in the world's dealing with it that way, but it's not that way. I ain't sitting over there to tell you to wear a mask, though. That's somebody else's job. I don't care. Love the Cat says, I'm inviting Charlie 5. Wow, this is a really big group here. Charlie 5, Solly, and my man Killer Dog. I actually like Killer Dog. I would hang out with Killer Dog. I have hung out with Killer Dog. I think a lot of our fighting that we do on the bunker is like just for show, because he likes to fuss and I like to fuss, and I like Killer Dog. Now, Solly, no. And Charlie 5, no. Not doing that. Let's see if I missed anything else. Hornatius also super chat. Thank you very much. I've said Stu Pup has super chatted us every single show we've done, and I believe that to be true. But I would say you're probably in second place. Yeah, you've super chatted an awful lot, and we thank you very much for that. Again, this new iBack Pro that we've got that works better for the show. Let us do GPITs live for those of you who want to watch it. And we'll be doing a lot more stuff with video once we get some sports back. Or hell, maybe not even if we don't have sports back. Maybe we'll figure some other stuff out during the fall if there's no sports. And I'll be able to do all that with this new computer. And the only way I was able to get that was through super chatting. So thank you guys very, very much. I don't take the money and go get drunk on the lake or something. I do that, but I don't use super chat money to do that. I reinvest it to make the site better, make the streams better and stuff like that. So thank you guys very much. Let's see, I'm trying to figure out what this was about. Okay, D Lucky says, what AU sport do we see first? Football, basketball, or basketball? I don't know if you're kidding or you just missed it. Deezer says, thanks for doing these, JG. It's my pleasure. Thank you for being part of the show, Deezer. Appreciate that. All right, so I think football's out. I think it is. I'm not making a call, but I just know what they're going to hear. I know, like, I'm putting myself in Jay Gouge's shoes, okay? Dr. Gouge. If he's sitting in his office up in Sanford and he's got his group of people that he and Keeter have come up with. Brian Keeter is like his chief of staff or whatever. These are going to be immunologists, and they're going to be virologists, and they're going to be physicians. And you know what they're going to say because we have listened to what they have to say, and they have told us this is a serious situation and we need to take heed. And so they're going to advise Jay Gouge that we shouldn't play football. Now, this is antithetical to anything I'm trying to accomplish in my professional life. This is going to hurt all of us in different ways. Some of you, in my case, I'm a business owner that relies on sports, so that's going to be a killer. There's folks out there in the restaurant business. That's going to hurt them. There's going to be people out there in the tailgate business, whether you're tailgate guys or you're a caterer or whatever you guys do. You're going to be hurting it if you're an RV park, where people can park their stuff, and then you're going to be hurting there too. And then for the rest of you guys who maybe aren't directly tied into sports, man, Auburn football is so crucial for you guys because you're dealing with your job 40, 50, 60 hours a week. You're dealing with home pressures, your kids, your wife, your mom, your dad, whatever you're dealing with, neighbors or jerks or whatever. And you can sit down on a Saturday afternoon at 2:30 with a cold Budweiser or whatever you're drinking. I probably wouldn't be Budweiser for me, but you know what I mean. And you can just switch into Glide, jettison all of that drama, and you and Gus. No, I mean, that's pretty big. Appreciate it. No, it's just you and that team, right? You and that game. And you're not worried about anything else. It's crucial. It's absolutely crucial. And you wouldn't have that either. And it would It's devastating. I mean, Auburn football is going to be okay. I think most of the SEC is going to be okay. I wonder about Vanderbilt a little bit, honestly. I don't worry about anybody else in the SEC, but you know, I worry. Power 5 versus Group of 5. That's going to be a distinction now for reals, because they're not going to be able to make it. I mean, Utah's already slashed its budget. Utah, that's a big ass school, man. So the chasm between Power 5 and Group of 5 is going to be irretrievably broken, and then, I mean, if they don't have football, the SEC programs are going to have to make cuts too. And if you guys remember, about a year ago, I mean, Allen had already instituted some what I would call gentle cuts to a lot of things that were going on. I don't necessarily think that football was impacted a lot, but I mean, they have a lot more money, so maybe, 5% of their budget doesn't hurt them as much as 5% of the men's tennis budget. But they were already trying to squeeze down a little bit, and then this hits. And if those SEC distributions are smaller next year, obviously a lot of the corporate partnerships that Auburn relies upon for football, they lose that revenue. It's going to be bad. It's going to be bad. I'm trying to think about it too much, but I mean, it's a show about Auburn athletics. I mean, come on, guys. This is the most pressing issue we got. Alpha Tiger. Oh, my goodness. Alpha Tiger says, rank the following by importance. Face, boobs, ass. Well, that's a great question, Alpha Tiger. For me, boobs will be last. That's just me talking. Because, as I said this on the bunker, I mean, you've either got them or you don't, and you don't really have a choice. And now you can get fake ones or whatever, and whatever. But that's not really my thing. So, to me, that's something that you can't control. So that goes down to the bottom. So then you got face and your booty. Whew. I don't know, man. Probably face though. I mean, if I'm saying, like, your girl, whoever she may be, I know you have a girlfriend, my wifey. If you can't look at that girl and say, man, that girl's really cute, like, it's going to be a problem long term, right? And for the gals out there, if you can't look at your boy and say, hey, he's good looking. He may be a little heavier than he was when he was 25, but maybe a little grayer, but he's still cute. I don't know. That's still good. You can still make that work, I think. Let's see what else. I know I've missed some stuff here because I tend to babble a little bit. Doc29 says Japan is wide open. That's what I understand. I'm not a Japan expert. But now they live in a world pretty much all the time where they have to be sensitive. I know a lot of people over there wear masks all the time anyway. And they also don't have this, and I don't say this in a bad way, we kind of have an anti-authority stance here, right? It's kind of how we were founded. We were a British installation, and we got sick of their shit, and we revolted, and we broke away. So, I mean, that's kind of where we are. That's where we started. That's our heritage. We tend to tell people we'll do what we want. So we should not be surprised that people don't want to do what the government tells us or suggests to us to do, which is to wear a face covering. You should not be surprised by that. We have a super chat coming through from one of our all-timers, Bob Mapplethorpe. Bob himself. You may know him as Bob himself. Bob Mapplethorpe says, I'm not sure what to do with my hands right now. Little Power Man just wants to go fast. Little Power Man says he is pondering Alpha Tiger's question. Oh, I heard a big crash. I didn't know what it was. Little Power Man says he's pondering Alpha Tiger's question about face, boobs, ass. I'm actually interested to hear what you have to say, Little Power Man, on this. It might give us a different perspective on what's going on. George M. says, let's have another glass of Old Forester 1920. I'm glad you brought that up because we were at the ABC today. I mentioned at the top of the show, you may or may not have been here, that I'm going to be going on vacation to Eastern Tennessee next week. Well, later in the week for a few days. And we need to get some liquor for that trip. I got the Old Forester 1920. It's an absolutely delicious bourbon. I was choosing between that. Four Roses single barrel. Elijah Craig small batch, which is solid. And the Russell's Reserve, although I did have Russell's Reserve already. I had some. So that's how it came out for me. I think the 1920 Old Forester is delicious. Deezer says, obviously the answer to Alpha Tiger's question is personality. That's not really what he was asking, but that is a fair point. To which Alpha Tiger says you can develop a personality. I'm not sure that's even true. I think people are who they are. You can make some alterations, but I think people generally have their disposition already set up by the time they're, golly, 8, 10, something like that. Alpha Tiger says if Walmart were a town, it would be Gatlinburg. That is true. You know, one of my parents, don't judge me on this, positive or negative. My parents got married in Louisville, but they went on their honeymoon in Gatlinburg. Now, you think to yourself, geez, who would go on a honeymoon to Gatlinburg? My parents would. And so we used to go there for vacationing. Even when we lived a long way away, they would go once a year to Gatlinburg. And so it's always been part of my life. Even though I'm not from Alabama and wasn't really in this zone of the country, I still went to Gatlinburg a lot. And it's just always been a place that I like. Now, the criticisms are fair. But generally, it's a happy place, except when I saw that big fist fight and the dude broke his jaw. But aside from that, people are generally in a great mood there, having fun. George M. says the 1920 is one of the most unique bourbons on the market. I completely agree. It has a taste all of its own, and honestly, it just tastes like just has such a buttery smoothness to it. It is just delicious. That's pretty funny. This is a really good super chat right here. Chris M., you may know. Well, I better not say who he is. I don't want to blow your cover if there still is a cover on you. But anyway, Chris M. says, just want everyone to know that I'm filing suit against COVID-19 for appropriating my identity. All right, he's number 19. And his super chat is for $19.19. Absolute beast. What a great story, too. Because I don't remember the specifics of what the deal was, but like this is back when I would cover softball and I'd actually go to the games. This is when like Clint was in when everything was going really, really well and they were like number one in the country. To be fair, Chris and his wife were there before then, but he was a big time fan at the softball games, and for whatever reason he had caught the attention of the bunker, and the bunker was encouraging me to approach him at the softball game and just kind of like. They had questions. For him, and so I approached him, and he is really, really cool about it. And we one thing led to another, and we got him on the bunker, and he's been a great bunker member the whole way. And he wears number 19 as an ode to a football player that he really liked, whose name escapes me, and I don't want to misstate who it was. He'll tell us, I'm sure, in the chat. You guys may know. Anyway, that was a great super chat. Good stuff, man. There was something else. Canoe Man says, where are you going in Eastern Tennessee? I mean, we're going to the Gatlinburg area. Pocket Watch says number 19 had a legendary TV appearance. That must have been what it was. So he was not a bunker member prior to the waving gif. Is that what it is? That must have been what it was. Yeah. Man, that was fun. Pocket Watch said he had a legendary Mickey Mouse fanny pack or something close. He had a Trey Gaines is who he wears number 19 for. Trey Gaines. The Mickey Mouse thing he had a camera. When I approached him, it was like one of those nights where you can like meet the players. And so he had his son was meeting some of the players. And so Chris was taking pictures with his digital camera, and his camera, what's the word I'm thinking of? The shoulder strap was Mickey Mouse, which isn't really that strange. It was just kind of a detail. So yes, it was. I didn't realize. I thought that when number 19 was waving in the Florida series that one year, I thought he was already with the bunker, and that was why it was so funny. But now it's because he wasn't. He was unknown at the time. That's cool. Good stuff there. Love the Cat says you tracked him down at our request. That is absolutely true. Yeah. That Florida series though doesn't bring back good memories for me because and I'm not trying to bring the house down. I'm not. I'm good with it. But that was the I got the call. Let's see. That was a Saturday, Sunday, Monday series, I think. And I got the call on that Monday night as I'm doing interviews on the field. After Auburn, I think, had beat Florida in that last game. That my sister had died. That was not a fun phone call at all. That was like the worst one ever. I did write the game story. I wasn't going to leave you guys hanging. Jeff Shearer was sitting next to me, and he goes, "I can't believe you're doing this." I was like, "Dude, if I'm not writing this story, I'm going to lose my shit in the parking lot. So those are my choices." And he just kind of goes, "Okay." Jeff Shearer, good people, by the way, really, really good people. Pachuta, my man, Pachuta from, I know him best from Warzone. You probably know him best. I know he's on the bunker now too. One of Cardea's buddies and now one of our buddies. Says, JG, come to Franklin, Tennessee. I love Franklin, Tennessee. Let me and Vodka Fingers, a.k.a. Cardea, take you to the Lepers Fork Distillery, Auburn alum run. Great stuff. Wow, I didn't know that. That's cool as hell. Lepers Fork. I'm going to write that down. Very cool. I don't think I'm going that way, though, Pachuta. We're going to be going Montgomery, Bammerham, Gadsden, Noog, Knoxville, and then moving over that way. So, yeah. But I'll go up to Franklin every now and then, bro. I definitely want to holler at you. Franklin, Tennessee is also home to one of my favorite, I guess you'd call it a fast food restaurant. It's not really fast food in like the Wendy's or McDonald's sense, but it's a place where you can get food pretty quickly. It's called Yats, and it's there in Cool Springs, and it is insanely good. Like we stop there every time we're going there, to or from. So good. Canoe Man says he's just north of you, so maybe a Canoe Man knows of Yats as well. Oh, it's so good, dude. They have this chili cheese. What do they call it? I forget what it's called now. Like their most famous dish. If Courtney was here, she'd punch me for not remembering it. Cardea says he loves Yats. I'm so glad you know of it, bro. Nobody I never come in contact knows anything about it because I live in Montgomery, Alabama, and people don't. They don't know. Like Franklin, Tennessee. I don't know what the hell that is. Yeah. Courtney found that place. Apparently, it's like from Bloomington or something. She had a friend from Indiana tell us about it. And then she looked it up on the internet and goes, holy shit, they have one in Franklin. We're like, okay, word. AU Taxman says Shear's a good dude. Jeff Shear's a great dude. I put him in that top tier of good people with Jason Caldwell, who's also in that group. And for me, Philip Marshall, but maybe some other people. You know, Philip's been here. He's been doing this for so long. I think he's a little bit of a rebel in his younger days. I've not known Philip as a young person. He's always been like my uncle. You know, I probably met him when he was 45, 50, and now he's like 65 or whatever. The thing about P. Marsh is, man, he's taking this shit seriously, you know, because he's an older fella, and I don't know. Anyway, he don't want to leave the house, and so he's only left the house to go to the Walgreens. I mean, I'm telling you, P. Marsh and his wife have been staying at the house. I mean, Governor Ivey will be very proud of what Philip and Teresa have done. And I went by to see him a couple weeks ago. I wore my mask. I wore my mask just to make sure. And yeah, so P. Marsh is at the house. I think he's going a little stir crazy. He called me last night. I couldn't talk to him at the moment. Then I actually put something on my phone to call him back. And then when I got the thing today on my phone to call him back, I was doing something else. I need to get with P. Marsh. Let's see. Love the Cat says lots of big money in Franklin. Word. Kuduman says we'll be back in the Noog for a bit next week. Wave at me when passing down I-24. That's great. We get like a bunker. Like, word. Let's do it. Pachuta. Telling you guys have not lived until you played Warzone with Cardea and Pachuta. Y'all remind me of Quentin Groves when I used to play Call of Duty with Quentin Groves. And he just running down the street with his guns out, like just getting absolutely plowed by people from 4 different directions. Can't figure out how to fix it. And I'm like, hey, Quentin, maybe you don't need to run down the middle of the street. Have you noticed you're the only one out there? JA 307757 says he's known Caldwell since elementary school. He must be from Sylacauga. Great guy from a great family. Yeah, Jason's he's just a tremendous human being. Yeah, their team over there, man, at Auburn Undercover, they have some really good dudes, man. I mean, you got Jason, you got Phillip, you got Mark Murphy, Keith. Just good dudes, man. Good people. Good people. Good reporters, too. Good reporters. Let's see. I love the Cat says Quentin is Leroy Jenkins. He kind of is. Back in those days, I used to play with Peely and Quentin and Senderic. Senderic and Peely are both good. Peely's still playing. He still plays a lot. Obviously, Quentin passed away, which sucked. And then I don't play with Sen anymore. I think he does some other stuff now. But Judith says, horrible player. But great crap talkers and vodka fingers. Yeah, you guys are always fun. It's meant to be fun, so try to have fun with it. Wow. Chris M. says there was a naked guy walking down I-85 today. Mrs. 19 and 19-year-old junior saw him. Wow, that would be a surprise, you know? You're like, hey, what's this? Oh, God bless. Oh, my goodness. Let's just go down the road. Or maybe not. Quentin Groves had a great, Raven says, Quentin Groves had a great mean mug in that one hype video. Quentin was great, man. He was so funny and like just wanted to laugh, and he wanted other people to laugh. Yeah. He thought it was hilarious. This is back. Hell, I mean, when I was playing with Quentin, it would have been like, I can't even, 06 maybe, 05, 07, somewhere in there. And I had a different name. My name is Cordless Drill now on Xbox, but my name used to be Commander Teabag. I know, guys. I was younger, you know. And he just thought that was so funny. He just could not get enough of it. Oh, man. He just kept bringing that up. He's like, oh, look, it's Mr. Teabag. Woo! And I don't know if people got it all the time, because you wouldn't necessarily want your nickname to be Mr. Teabag, but, you know. He had so much fun, man. He was real good. He was real tight with T-Will, too. Because T-Will, like the T-Will we know now, is a lot like the T-Will we knew back then. I mean, T-Will, when it's time to work, T-Will's really, really serious. But when he's chilling, when it's not work time, he is similar. He has a loud laugh too, and he and Quentin were really, really tight. I miss Quentin. I know he does too. Misses him a lot. Actually, I ask him most of the time when we get those coach interviews once a year. I always ask him about it, and he's always like, I was like, I just want to hear you talk about Quentin again. There's a text from one of my friends who covers SEC East School. The basic thrust of this text is nobody knows what the hell to do. That's part of the problem here when it comes to making a decision about athletics in the fall is there's no czar. There's no one person. There's no even real group of people that are empowered to make that decision on a grand scale. I mean, yeah, Sankey's got the call, but he's only the SEC. He's got a 12-member institution. Is it 14? It's 14 now, isn't it? Sorry. He's got that many institutions. The ACC's got a dude who's retiring, whatever. Pac-12's got a dude. Big Ten's got a dude. Big 12's got a dude, And the NCAA to this point has just been like, you guys are on your own. So there's really nobody to make a call here. So they're just kicking the can down the road. And that's a big problem. My phone does this a lot. Pisses me off. Well, I got to text this back. All right. Let's see. Stanley McClover is great at Call of Duty. I don't think that's true. Hey, it's our phone line. Hey, caller. Welcome to the show. How you doing?
I'm good, brother. How are you, JG?
What up, bro? How you been?
I'm good. Saturday night.
Saturday night, drinking and babbling, bro. That's what I've been doing anyway.
Nothing wrong with that at all.
I was saying earlier, I was very happy because I feel like people in Montgomery who were not mask wearers like 6 weeks ago are actually wearing their masks more now. So I'm a little bit proud of my hometown.
I just wish we had started 6 weeks ago.
Yes.
I think we have hosed ourselves out of a football season.
I mean, not that Madison hasn't been a hot spot at any point, I don't think. So you guys have been smart about it the whole time. But
yeah, but you still walk out and, they just put the full-fledged mask order in place Tuesday, I think it was. And prior to that, it was 40% maybe. We didn't go out a lot, but we did go out. We wore them every time, but you walk past people all over the place that didn't have one on.
I am very.
We talked about this weeks ago.
I'm very fired up.
Just for football alone.
Yeah, I know. Just for football alone, you should do it. I am hopeful that DJT wearing the mask today at Walter Reed is going to actually spawn some people to say, hey, you know what? If he can wear it, I can wear it. That would be awesome if that happened.
Yeah, people are so damn determined to hold their positions.
Yeah,
I think they might be feel like they're seen as weak now by, going the other direction.
It's almost like the bunker's a microcosm of society, D. Lucky.
It's amazing, isn't it?
It kind of is.
It's absolutely amazing.
It's good and bad.
No, I just, yeah, good and bad. You go to the bunker and, it's a little petri dish and you see how things react in there. And you're like, all right, this is about how it's going to go in the real world. And that's not always good.
No.
But,
it's not always good.
Good barometer.
What do you think is going to happen,
good
man?
Barometer.
Football. I know you want football to happen. We all want football to happen. Do you think it will actually happen?
No, I don't. That's why I was asking that question. It wasn't mistype. I actually think we probably will see baseball before we see football or basketball. To be honest with you, I think the rate that we're going right now is just going to be too bad. And when the flu, double trouble hits in the fall and winter, they're just going to make the call not to do it. And then hopefully we'll see some positive results back into the winter, and maybe baseball can happen. That's just kind of what I see right now. Love to be wrong, but
yeah, I'd love for you to be wrong too.
Yeah, I'm way less optimistic than I was a month and a half ago.
Yeah, I know.
Just numbers are all going the wrong way.
What are we gonna do without football, though, bro? What are we gonna do with our lives?
I think there probably will be professional football.
Yeah, that's true.
I think they probably will be able to get that in. I think they can, make a case for millionaires and all that kind of stuff. I'm sure there'll be some folks that opt out of that season, but I just don't think the optics are even remotely close to possible to have college kids out there when there's a very real chance that college students won't be on campus. I can't see them having football games if that's the case.
Don't you start now. My daughter's supposed to be on campus this year, so don't start.
Hey, I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you.
I just tease him.
It might work out. Like I said, we might be wrong. We still got a little while, but it's just like I said, the numbers are going the wrong way. It would be great if we were sitting here talking about how much numbers had dropped in the last 4 weeks.
Yeah.
But we're literally in the exact opposite situation.
Yeah. Just wear the mask,
So
man.
more Call of Duty. Yeah, more Call of Duty.
More. Do you play Call of Duty?
Nah, I'm sports only. I can't help.
Okay.
I can't help. Now, if they bring back now this might be something that might be worthwhile. If EA Sports relaunch college football for the next gen platforms this fall, I think that could get us through.
Yeah, but they won't do that.
Now, if they could find some way to make that happen, that might be enough to hold us over for that time frame.
But they're just going to be dicks about it. I mean, come on, let's be real about it.
But, of course, this could be a very magnanimous thing by them, but it probably won't happen. But again,
well, yeah,
could be wrong there too.
I guess that means that Auburn basketball can still be a defending Final Four team, though, right? Because nothing has happened since then.
This is true. I don't know, man. That still sticks in my craw that they didn't get a chance because I like where the team was heading down the stretch.
Yeah, they had what they needed. They had the pieces they needed, and they were playing good basketball.
Yep.
And they were going to be a real problem.
I don't know. They would be tough, and this year, never doubt Bruce, but that shooting guard spot still concerned me.
Understood. I mean, if Cambridge were to come along and be what we know he can be all the time, then it wouldn't be a concern. But I don't know, man. Still pretty
that shot just not consistent enough. If he was Phillip Rivers with a shot where it just looked bad but it went in all the time, then okay.
Yeah,
it's ugly and inconsistent.
Clyde Drexler had a shot like that.
Nah.
He had a weird shot with his feet like kind of tucked up under him and stuff.
And he clicked them together when he shot.
He's a Hall of Famer. He's a bad man.
He is.
Yeah.
Michael Jordan didn't like that, but yeah.
Yeah, Michael Jordan.
Man, I appreciate you doing. I appreciate you doing the show, man. It gives me something to look forward to every Saturday.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like I'm failing you guys because I don't have enough to talk about, But hey, we'll just all commiserate.
Look, that's it. Everybody's home and safe. I mean, having a couple of cocktails. I mean, that's hard to beat on a Saturday night.
It is hard to beat on a Saturday night. You're right. And we're social distancing. We're being responsible humans.
Dude, we are doing it. We're doing it the right way. If everyone would follow our lead and stay home and drink, we would all be fine.
See what I mean?
Simple.
All right, D Lucky.
Solve the world's problems right here on the Brain Drain.
I'm so glad that you call in every week. You're a voice of reason in an era where everybody's crazy. So you are appreciated.
Well, we'll all get there together.
All right, brother.
Again, thanks for having the show. Thanks for having me on.
See you, bro.
Stay safe, brother. Yeah, man. Peace.
There he is, D Lucky. An absolute beast, guys. I'm so glad he calls in now. That's probably 10 straight weeks he's called in. We love it. Absolutely love it. You love to see it. A voice of reason out there. Always calm on the board, too. You don't have to worry about D Lucky starting shit. Nope. Also, checking in on the show is Locked On, my man, Bunker member and frequent collaborator of mine on Warzone. A lot of times I play with Locked On and Double D's and War Eagle O, blah, blah, I forget what he's got. It's like 0986 or something like that. And we play with DJ and GG32 and Pachuta. Of course, we talked about Pachuta and Cardea. Who else do we play with? Sergeant Pepper, The Great Hope, a.k.a. S. Lee. I haven't played with him in a minute. It's been a couple weeks probably, but good stuff too. If you guys want to play, if you guys are out there and you play Warzone and you know what Warzone is, we have a regiment on, it's cross-platform. So we have a regiment inside the Warzone community. It's called Debunker, all one word, Debunker, Debunker. And if you request to be admitted, then either me or S. Lee will let you in. And then you can see everybody from the bunker who's on, and then we can all play together. I love trying to play with different folks all the time. There's no doubt. What was I going to look up? Oh, I know what I was going to look Sorry, I was checking through a few messages here real quick. Didn't mean to leave you guys hanging like that. All right. Can't do that one right now. Ravin P says, first of all, thank you for your super chat, Ravin. You're the man. How will this season be remembered in the record books? Just an asterisk and passed over? And how will this change the landscape for years to come? Your thoughts? Wow, that's a deep one right there, bro. Golly. Well, I mean, if we're just talking real talk right now, I don't think there's going to be a season. I mean, I'd love for there to be one, but I just don't think it's going to happen. So, yeah, this is going to be one of those moments, I think, when we're all old. Some of you guys are like in your early 20s, or hell, you might even have teens, little Power Man's early teens. I mean, this might be the time that 50 years from now, you're like, yeah, I remember when we didn't have a season. People are like, what? There wasn't a season. What the hell? Kind of like the way we look back. I mean, this went down when they had the Spanish flu in the whatever year that was, 1914 or 1917 or something, and you've got those pictures of folks, watching the Georgia Tech game, and they're all wearing, face masks, similar to the ones that we wear now, and that's kind of what life was like back then, although they were playing. I think it just could end up being one of those turning points, one of those things we always remember. How will this change the landscape for years to come? Yeah, we mentioned it. I passed by it a little bit earlier, but I mean, the Power 5 teams, people in the major conferences, Pac-12, Big 12, Big 10, ACC, SEC, they're going to be okay. We've been noticing, the last 10 years, maybe a few less, where you just kind of have this world of the haves and the have-nots, and they're kind of at war with each other through the NCAA, where it's like schools like Auburn or Alabama or LSU are like, we need more scholarships. We've got enough money for the scholarships. And the smaller schools are like, whoa. When I say smaller, I mean like Boise or Bowling Green or whatever. No, we don't want to do more of that. And it's been growing apart, the big time programs like Auburn and the SEC and the smaller ones. And I think this is going to be the event that just blows it up. And the good news, if there is good news, is I think this is going to put the NCAA. I've always kind of thought, I think the NCAA as it stands is an outdated concept. I don't like what the NCAA does anymore. And I was one of the last people to get on this bandwagon because I believed in the NCAA for a long time. But I just feel like it's trying to control too many people, too many programs that are too disparate. It ain't what it was in the 1970s. Things have changed a lot. And I don't think the NCAA is the right solution for what's going on now. I think you need to have Power 5 autonomy and Group of 5 autonomy, different governing organizations for those two. And I think this is the kind of event that will set that going. Love the Cat says, didn't we cancel football during World War II? Could be wrong. Yeah, World War II was certainly a very serious, memorable event in world history. So that's kind of where I was going with that. Hornatius, yes. Infinity knows is hashtag he did the math. Says, has anyone performed the calculation for how many people can be inside Jordan Hare Stadium while maintaining 6 feet of distance? Seems like football could be pulled off because it's outside. I mean, that's true. Let me drink out of my Pizza Hut cup. That is true, but I just don't see. I don't see a real benefit to having 5,000 people in the stadium or 10,000 or whatever. I mean, is that really? I don't know. I don't see a lot of value in that, but I could be wrong. So I do want to I want to shout out, make sure I got everybody. We've got some super chats that came through. Obviously, Chris Majors had a great one at $19.19, outstanding. Ravin as well had those great questions to ponder about how this virus is going to affect this season for the years to come. And we've also got a second super chat coming through from Bob Maplethorpe. You may know him as Bob himself. He says, my name is Bob. I got a real funky concept. Listen up, because I want to keep you in step. Hey now. Alpha Tiger says, horny poo. we didn't have swag during World War II? How would you know? Chris M says it's not being in the stadium, it's getting in and out that's the problem. Yeah, speaking of out, I mentioned passively on the bunker the other day about tailgating being banned. I don't know if bann's the right word. It may end up being actively discouraged. I don't know what the word would be. This is assuming, of course, they're going to have games, but I think they're all going to have to take like some kind of a stand to de-escalate tailgating. I don't know if they can sit there and tell you can't do it, although maybe they can. I haven't really thought about this, but don't sit there and think, well, if they don't have people in the stadium, screw it, we'll just go drink beer outside. I don't think it's going to work like that, because that kind of ruins the purpose, right? I mean, you're basically creating an event that potentially is a super spread event, even though you're not letting people in the stadium. That seems counterproductive. Now, Auburn is going to go, I know this for a fact, Auburn is going to go with, assuming there's a season, with what the state tells them they can do with the stadium. So if the state says, shit, fill it up, then they'll fill it up. I really do. I believe they will. Now, is the state going to say that? Probably not. I don't know. I don't have any insight into what the state would try to do, what Meemaw K would do, or whoever, whatever ADPH had or whatever. I don't know. Pocket Watch asks, what's the minimum number of people in the stadium to make it worth it? Seems like 50K is a bit high. I'd think 20. Yeah, worth it. What do you mean by that? From Auburn's perspective? From the perspective of somebody who has a compromised immune system but would really love to go see Auburn play football? I mean, I don't know. I would think from an Auburn perspective it would have to be like half full to just go through with all the things that they've got to do, all the staffing situation, all the workers, getting all the food together to sell. It's a big undertaking, despite what Jay said. We've got 5. What was it he used to do? We've really boosted the game day experience at Jordan Hare. We have a lot of new cotton candy machines. And you're just like, Jay, man, shut up. We got 9 funnel cake machines. That's a lot of funnel cakes. And you're like, Jay. People are clamoring for to bring the West Concourse up to 1970 standards, and you're talking about funnel cakes and elephant ears. I mean, what? I think people care about that. Oh, good golly. Jay, you're not getting it. Super chat coming through from AU Taxman. This is for the new monitor fund. Outstanding. I think we're there now, guys. Thank you very much for your super chat, AU Taxman. You're the man. Thank you for calling in, caller. How you doing?
I'm doing as well as could be expected.
Word.
How you doing, Mr. JG?
Who have I got on the horn right now?
User 13.
Oh, hey, what's up, bro?
Hanging in there. Another day in paradise.
Well, that's what I like to hear. That's what I tell people all the time.
Hey, if you're not liking it, you're hating it. So what's the option?
Are you D-Zer13 or are you D-Zer-13?
Well, I don't say dash when I call myself User 13, but there is a dash in there between the D and the Z.
Okay. Dang it. I got it mixed up. Anyway, so what's been going on, bro? You been drinking tonight or what's up?
I've had a little bit of wine. I'm actually watching my nephew this weekend. My brother's gotten married for the umpteenth time, and he's out of town on his little holiday here. So,
well, that's nice.
Trying to behave myself.
What a nice brother you are. I wouldn't do that for my brother. I don't have a brother, but if I did, I'd tell him to kiss my ass. I wouldn't do that.
Well, he's a school teacher, and I've been paying his cable and internet for God knows how long, hoping that when I started doing that, he wasn't going to call and ask for no money, but that didn't work either. But
oh, shit, man. We're getting a lot of detail here, Deezer. Nice work.
We try.
Hey, I just cashed out my Knob Creek bottle, and I'm gonna turn this one up for your brother and his new marriage right here, bro. For Deezer's brother.
Absolutely. Salute. Appreciate that.
Down it goes. What's on your mind tonight, sir?
Just loving, the the fact that you're coming in and doing these things religiously every week, and that we do have something that we can come and listen to. And you guys do a great job throughout the site. You and B-Matt and Jay Lee and Young Nate, and just keep coming up with stuff to post on there, and to kind of get us away from some of the nonsense that us bunkerites get into in between. Definitely appreciate it. I want to give a shout out to D Lucky. I did not realize that he's been calling in that often and that frequently. So definitely want to give a shout out to him. Much appreciated. I don't get to listen as much recently. I've been working on a few different things here. Saturday evenings haven't been ideal, but I definitely want to call in when I get a chance to say I appreciate you guys. Awesome.
Man, we love having you on the show, bro. And I know you seem like you're on the chats a lot of the time too, and you're posting on the bunker and stuff. So, I mean, we're very appreciative of that, sir.
Hey, I try to get in there as much as I can, and like others have said, and people in the chats and in the bunker on a day-to-day basis, we don't have a whole lot. A lot of us are sports junkies, and we don't have that going on right now. Although I've been happy that there's been some golf going on. People can give me crap for that if they want to, but I love my golf.
All right.
Just hoping things get back to normal as quickly as possible, and try to give people support wherever you can, and try to find ways to use your mind and get through this crap,
Yeah. It sucks, dude. But you got to stay positive. Yeah. I've fought that battle myself, brother. I was not doing very well in the month of May myself. But, for me, I just turned off cable news, and I feel a lot better now. I just keep my head.
Oh, yeah, it definitely helps. You don't listen to the talking heads and talk to the people you care about and that care about you. You'll get through a lot easier than you will listen to that garbage.
Hey, don't listen to talking heads. Wait. I think I'm a talking head, too. But I'm not really. Come on, man. I'm not really.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm not really.
No, not exactly. More of a Depeche Mode guy.
Ooh, yes, I am. I was just listening to them today, by the way. I don't know if that surprises you or not.
No, I've been around the bunker a little while. I'm not surprised by that at all.
I know there's a lot of people that don't know what Depeche Mode is, but I'm glad you do. So, word.
Absolutely.
Anything tickle your fancy tonight, bro? Anything else?
I did want to ask you.
Hell yeah.
What do you think in a scenario where, say that we don't want this to happen? We don't want no college football, no college basketball this year. But if that did happen, or if it was even abbreviated to a point where it wasn't considered a true season, what would happen the following season? And say in either basketball or football, obviously you'd have some basketball players that may or may not be considered ready to go pro, football as well, and what that would do to both sports. Because I would hope that, if we get through this year and things don't happen the way we want them to, the following year we'd be in a position where we'd be able to get back to some sort of normalcy. And this is obviously with the economic issues aside. And but that would be very interesting.
Yeah. I think it would be similar to they would try to make it as similar to what it's been doing, where the kids who are draft eligible, they would just work them out a lot. I guess you'd have to work them out a lot more because you wouldn't have any tape on them, any active tape,
right,
any recent tape. So they would just have to be working out. I think they would probably change the rules as far as how much those guys can interact with the kids, with the NFL and the NBA. Maybe that, but shit, man. I know, man, there's so many implications of what happens to this person or that person if there's no football season, and certainly what it means for the next year is a great question too, Deezer. You bring up a good point. I don't know. These kids that are kind of on the fence that maybe they could go pro, maybe they wouldn't. If they don't play, would they want to go back, or would they want to get out and make their money more? I don't know. It'd almost be an individual thing.
Yeah, and I've also thought about, like, as far as basketball goes, because they had to completely skip the postseason tournaments, the NCAA tournament, which is the NCAA's big college basketball moneymaker.
Oh,
if this coming season, if they weren't able to play like a season, if they tried to put something in place where they only played an NCAA tournament, and what kind of politics and BS would go into picking the teams for that?
It would be an absolute disaster, man. But we just got to deal with what we got. And I'm pretty sure they're going to shut it down, though. I'm pretty sure they are. I mean, I'm hoping that they don't, but I think they will. Because you know what these academic people are going to say, dude.
Yeah.
You know what they're going to say.
You've got a lot more going on than just that in the world as well. And it's one thing to ask an employee of an NFL or NBA team to show up and do your job, and they're still giving them the option as far as the NBA goes, but you cannot demand that a student athlete who is not being paid for the position he's doing other than his scholarship, which is not a pay, it's just a scholarship.
That's right.
To come and risk, which has been proven that regardless of what age you are or how you want to believe in the COVID or what level, there's a possibility you could die if you catch it. You cannot demand that these people come and participate. And so who knows? But it's definitely going to be interesting. And I have to do a little piggyback on what D. Lucky was saying as far as the video games were concerned. I haven't played video games, and I don't know how long.
Oh, really?
But I remember liking the sports games. And I actually went online the other day and looked up when the last college basketball games were and football games were, and looked into buying one of those systems just so I could have one of those games to play it. I didn't do it, but sometimes you get in those moments and you look into that. That's crazy. But this is a crazy world.
I haven't played video games in almost 3 hours. I was playing Call of Duty with Locked On, just a couple members of our site, just in the 5 o'clock hour. So I love playing video games. You know, it's all good.
I guess they're first-person shooter games.
Correct. Yeah.
I mean, I do okay at the gun range, but I've just never been good at those because there's kids that get on there and they play those things all day long, and it frustrates the crap out of me.
Yeah,
I'd rather just be able to shoot.
They're really quick. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you bring up some really good questions, Deezer. We're going to have to keep chewing on those questions as we progress through the show tonight. But I'll give you full credit, of course.
No worries. Hey, I give you full credit. It's your platform, man. Thank you very much again, Mr. JG.
All right, Deezer. Appreciate you, brother.
You have a wonderful one.
See you, man.
All right, bye.
Deezer gets the full seal of approval on that call right there. That's good stuff. Not that D Lucky didn't. I should have given D Lucky one. There's your retroactive one, D Lucky. Good call. Good thoughts. I was joking about he did the math. One of our, well, I guess you could call him a viewer, one of our bunker members who's also watching the show, I don't want to say who it is a stadium architect. So this is what he texted me. If you wanted to take a strict 6-foot spacing, we're talking about how many people could fit in Jordan Hare, that would mean 2 empty rows between an occupied row in the lower bowl and 1 empty in between at the upper decks. Laterally would have to skip 4 seats between each group in a row. Could come up with a seating manifest that improves that a bit by checkerboarding the groups, particularly in the lower bowl. But you see how complicated it gets from a standpoint of which seat groups can be occupied and who gets to occupy them. There will be no more walking around with a finger in the air looking for a single. So there you go. It's going to have to be every third row. Plus, you're going to have to get the groups together and then separate the groups in it. Like you said, it could be checkerboard in the lower bowl, upper bowl, maybe not. So I just don't. I don't know. It's just this is. I was talking to my source the other day about this. You know, it's just layer upon layer of questions. That's the problem that they're facing. And you can't really do anything until Sankey says yay or nay. Because it's like, okay, so if Sankey says we're going to start the season, how many games is it? How many home games is it? When are we going to start? When are we going to finish? How full can my now then it goes beyond Sankey and it becomes an ADPH or Meemaw Ivy thing. How many people can I put in the stadium? You know, I don't know. It's such a complicated deal. And there's people who are paid to deal with the complications. But, of course, AU Taxman, your super chat came through right as we were starting that call with Deezer. And I want to thank you very much. This is for the new monitor fund. Thank you for that. I think it was either Pocket Watch or Canoe Man said they couldn't believe the Commodore was actually operating without at least a second monitor. I have never in my life had more than one. So this is going to be great when I've got this screen right here just for the video feed, and then we've got chat on its own screen over here. I'll be able to see everything, you know. As you can see here, I can turn around. Actually, I can do this now since I have two cameras. It's really awesome. So you guys can see here. This is what my screen looks like right now. And I got, you know, you guys in your chats over here, which I love reading, of course. And then we've got, like, this is like my command center for the OBS. And then we've got Skype over here. And then if I want to check out anything on the web, then I've got to pull that up. And it just kind of blocks everything, you know. So when we have separate monitors, that'll be really badass. Word. Appreciate you guys doing that. Anyway, good call, Deezer. You're badass. Let's see what else we got. Oh my God, we got a super chat from Jazzy Joe, my man. Says, what up, my dogs? War Damn Eagle. Jazzy Joe in the house. I had the honor of dining with Jazzy Joe a couple weeks ago in Auburn with Jeffrey and Brian. Jazzy Joe was our guest of honor. And he is every bit the badass that you would think he is. And I guarantee you he would whoop ass if he had to fight somebody. He's a strong dude. But I don't think he would fight a lot because he's a nice person. He wouldn't want to fight with you. We got some questions coming in from Jazzy Joe. Cardea wants to know, what run are you on tonight? Canoe Man with just an emphatic Jazzy Joe. D Lucky says, Jazzy Joe in the house. We ought to have like a Jazzy Joe dance. It could be like the Truffle Shuffle, but I can't be the one doing it. Nah, we'll figure that out. I've actually got plans on how we're going to do stuff like that in the future. Jazzy Joe said it was awesome. No, we want you back, bro. We're going to be doing it again Tuesday if you want to come, man. You know you're always welcome. And you know we're going, too. And I've always got an extra mic for you, bro. You know that. D Lucky says, not sure which changed my life more, a second monitor or coconut oil. Canoe Man says, I've used at least 2 monitors for 20 years. Holy shiz. Really? Cardea says, I want to play Warzone with Jazzy. Now, Jazzy is in the regiment, and I've seen him on a few times, but I've not played with him either. Yeah. I'd like to. I'm curious. I mean, because he plays on because he's in his rig, right? So he's playing on what I would call a Verizon bridge or a cell bridge. So he doesn't have probably the best connection ever. Canoe Man says maybe we dab every time the Jazz Man shows up or super chats. Yeah, I don't feel comfortable dabbing. I remember when the dude at Clemson, Dabo, was dabbing one time. No, was it Dabo who was dabbing? Might have been Frank Beamer. I was like, geez, let's not do that again. Yeah. Carrie J says, if the SEC plays an all-conference season, so only conference games, will the TV revenue make up for maybe less fans in the stadium? War Eagle from Music City. That's a great question. So will the TV revenue make up for maybe less fans in the stadium? There's no way that could happen. The TV revenue is stable regardless of how many people are in the stadium, right? I mean, CBS and ESPN have paid X number of dollars for their broadcast rights or telecast rights. So whether there's 89,000 people in the stadium or there's 0 people in the stadium, that source of revenue is flat. So no, there's really no way to make up for that. And for Auburn specifically, that's a huge deal. I mean, game day in Auburn, and you guys have been talking about it a lot in the chat where you talk about tailgate guys. I mean, I understand the tailgate guys era has been not universally adored. There have been good things about it. There have been bad things about it. You know, tailgating in the 80s and 90s and even before that was kind of like what I think of the Sooner Land Run, where you just kind of post up and you get your spot, and everybody's kind of got their own spot where they're going to post up. And in a lot of cases, you know, you're tailgating next to people for generations. you know where you're going, and you're going and getting your spot and all that kind of stuff. And then Tailgate Guys comes along, and they kind of parcel out all the places, a lot of the good places. Now you've lost it. Or you could pay for it, maybe, but you probably lost it. So that's frustrating. But with Tailgate Guys coming in, obviously that turns it into a major source of revenue for Auburn. And then, of course, tickets, beverage and snack sales. There's a lot of money that Auburn makes from home football games. And to lose that revenue is a killer, man. It's an absolute killer. And I think there'll have to be cuts made if there's no football, even at a big school like Auburn that has been, Jay, I make fun of Jay Jacobs all the time on this show. You guys know that. I'm not a fan of his because he lied to my face too many times. But I think financially he was a responsible AD. I think that Alan Green is a very financially responsible AD, even more so than Jay was. And Auburn financially is a healthy program. And they're not all healthy, believe me, they're not. That's one of the misnomers. Oh, college football makes so much money, all these athletic departments are stacked with money. It's not true. Some are, most aren't. Auburn does well. Auburn is smart with their money. And they're going to survive this. But I don't think they can afford to lose the revenue that they're going to concede from football games and then not have it impact somewhere else along the line. Holy shit. Bob Maplethorpe again comes through with his third super chat of the day. It says this is his second monitor donation. But I know you're not satisfied, but are you good? Jeffrey Lee didn't even know that was a thing. Canoe Man. I had to explain it to him last week. Bob Maplethorpe, thank you very much for your super chat. You, sir, are a beast. Confirmed. Of course, we knew that already. I mean, you're already like on our Hall of Fame on the crawl. You've got a little R next to your name, which means you're a radical badass. Also, a super chat comes through from Pratt Tiger. I bet I know where you're from. Bet you live in Prattville, don't you? Smart. Thank you very much for your super chat. No comment included with that, but it's still very much appreciated. And Jazzy Joe, of course, you guys, just a total badass. Let's see, Cardea. So Jazzy Joe says, hey, let's play Warzone tonight. And like literally two messages later, Cardea says, firing it up. You can't get there fast enough. Everybody wants to play with Super Chat and Brain Drain Legends, Jazzy Joe. Also Bunker Legend, too. He's on there, too. Let's see. Alpha Tiger says his daughter's college, South Alabama, going live. Classes in the fall are online. As of right now, it's on campus. Everybody's going to have to wear a mask, but it's on campus. And move-in day is less than a month away, and, it's all good. Also had kind of a weird first for me was my daughter. She knows who her roommate's going to be. It's a girl. She wasn't randomly paired with her. They kind of like somehow through social media or something, the people who needed roommates kind of mingled, I guess you could say, and got together. And so she kind of paired up with this girl named Cassie, who's actually from Chicago, who's coming down here to go to school. And we met Cassie and her parents. I think it was last weekend. It was maybe Sunday or Monday or Tuesday. I don't remember when the hell it was. And that was cool. I never had that happen before, because I only have one kid and never gone through college before. And so it was cool to meet who her roommate's going to be and her folks from Chicago. So that was really cool. She actually stayed here. She spent the night here one night. So that was really cool. And I'm really fired up that this girl is going to be rooming with my daughter, because my daughter's a little bit of a hothead biatch, kind of, for lack of a better term. And I think her roommate is a calming influence. Yeah. Back to what Canoe Man was saying, but are you good, JG? I had to explain to Jay Lee that actually happened, that we were asking questions about the softball investigation, and then he kind of froze up. Jay Jacobs did in the middle of the interview and was like, okay, that's about all I can do. JG, I know you're not satisfied, but are you good? And Jay Lee was like, did he really say that? I was like, yes, he really did. And Brian was like, yes, he really did. I mean, it's just silly. It's just silly. Bob is off the chain tonight. He's been doing some incredible work on the Super Chats. My goodness. If we do not moonwalk, maybe we do the sprinkler every time Jazz Super Chats. Kudu Man, you joke about that, but I've got a plan for that. So, my promise to you right here on this stream, Canoe Man, is we're going to have a method to do that by August 1, which you say, what the hell, August 1? It's July 11th, so I don't have too long. I got, 19 days? I'm going to make that happen by the time we get to August 1. And we're going to continue to do these shows. I don't care. We have football. We don't have football. We're going to keep doing shows because you guys still matter a lot. The auburnsports.com bunker community is totally badass. The Brain Drain community, which is like a subset of the bunker, is totally badass, and we're going to keep doing it. So we'll do it live. Alpha Tiger says, congrats. Wait, what? Alpha Tiger. That's not very nice. Melee. That's funny right there. Says, any truth to the rumor of a Beard Eves curtain in Jordan? Oh, my God. I can't believe somebody in the bunker doesn't have the handle Beard Eves curtain. That should have happened. It really should have happened. Before the COVID hit, me and B-Matt used to go walking in Beard Eves quite often, once or twice a week. It's a great place to walk. And we would do like 4 or 5 laps around the outside, and then we would do the stairs once. When you walk through there and you do the stairs, they still have, the curtain is still there. It's not out, but it's tucked away. But you can see the little door where they would open it up and pull the curtain out. And I always think, I remember that, man. Yeah. Love the Cat says, brain drained from my Halloween party. Canoe Man very generously says these shows are even better without sports. Seriously, I doubt that. I really doubt that. But thank you for saying so. And what else do we have to do during the pandemic? Pocket Watch asks. Yeah, we're kind of in a hole here, aren't we, bro? Canoe Man says he will co-host The Drain with JGT for that show at Horn's house for Halloween. D Lucky has a good idea. Brain Drain road trips for the fall. Rotate backyards. Hey now. Huh. I think we could probably pull that off, honestly. I don't have I don't have one of those sweet ass cell phone bridge connections like Jazzy Joe has, but if we go to a house that has good Wi-Fi, I don't see how it would be a problem. I would totally do that. Flying around, I think you asked this earlier and I didn't get to it. I'm sorry. You said, Jay, do you think Mike Slive would have come up with a game plan at this point for the SEC? No. And I kind of know where you're coming from on that because Mike Slive was a very special person. To me, he's like the archetype of commissioners. He's a former lawyer, so he kind of understands things from the law perspective, which is really crucial for a commissioner. And then he was a fair person. I never felt like he favored Bammer over everybody else, which is kind of like the running gag with the SEC. He was a very awesome commissioner. And, Sankey, I think Sankey's good too. He's a different kind of person. He lacks the effervescence of a Mike Slive, but, he comes across more like, to me, more like kind of a Tim Cook, kind of a little more robotic. Whereas Mike Slive was just kind of more, he could really connect with people better. Not that it matters, but. So my short answer to your question, flying around, is no, I don't think so, because anybody in this situation is just gonna stall. And it's not because they're scared or anything. It's because I just want to make sure they have all the data in front of them. So what the story here really is, all of these people are being counseled by academics to cancel the season. I can assure you, there's probably a few outliers here and there who have dissenting opinions, because there always are, whether they're an Elena Kagan or a Sonia Sotomayor or Clarence Thomas. You know what I mean? I don't mean the Supreme Court. I'm just saying in real life, you know the people I'm talking about. But in general, I think the counsel that these people are getting is that there's no way we can do this responsibly. And so I think that somebody like Greg Sankey, who understands the significance of not having a football season, it will be devastating, obviously, is going to drag his feet as long as he can. And normally when you hear somebody say, oh, he's dragging his feet, she's dragging her feet, it has like a negative connotation, right? They're like procrastinating. But in this case, it's a tactic. It's not something that I don't mean that as a disparaging thing. He's in a holding pattern, and he's going to maintain that holding pattern as long as he can because he really wants to play football. But he can't realistically go against the counsel of all of these people. So what he's going to do is he's going to delay as long as he can. He's going to do what he can to try to encourage people to do things to kind of ease back the rate of infection. And then he's going to make a decision at the last possible moment. I mean, SEC, these schools need time to know if there's going to be a season or not. You can't just show up on August 25th and say, fuck it, we're going to do a season. Woo! Like, you got to know way before that. There's a lot that goes into it. And, you know, I guess drop dead date for him is going to be like July 27, 28, 29, somewhere in there. And so, I don't think Mike Slive could do a better job with it right now. But I am a big Mike Slive fan, and he is missed, and he was a very cool dude, and I'm glad that I knew him. I don't know Greg Sankey on the level that I knew Commissioner Slive. I knew Mike Slive, and he knew who I was personally. With Greg Sankey, you know, I don't know him. I just don't. I haven't really gotten to know him. Canoeman says, how would Roy Kramer handle it? Roy Kramer was a nice guy, too, a former coach. And he was a guy that had kind of a cabinet, you know. And the cabinet guys are he was a figurehead. Mike Slive, not a figurehead. Mike Slive was, he had lieutenants working for him, most notably Charles. See, this is what happened. I'm getting older. I'm forgetting names now. Charles, it's now at South Carolina. Charles Bloom, great guy, was always Commissioner Slive's consigliere. But Commissioner Slive was, you know, he was the man. Same for Greg Sankey, really. Jazzy Joe with another super chat. Holy shit, man. Nova Truck AU is my truck's new Instagram. Holy shit. All right, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cuss. Holy shiz. Excuse me. Is that real? I hope so. Wait, what? Hornacious. Wait, what? Roy handles what? What are you talking about? Let's see. Alpha Tiger asks a good question. Let's see. Do you think Alan Green has more or less power than previous ADs when it comes to working with the powers that be? Great question. Okay, so Alan Green obviously was an outsider when he showed up, came from Buffalo. Kind of a Notre Dame guy. Didn't know anybody. Jay Jacobs, his predecessor, former player at Auburn, former strength coach at Auburn, former fundraiser at Auburn. Hold on, let's take this call. We'll get back to this, Alpha Tiger. We'll get back to this. Hey, caller, welcome to the show. How you doing, sir?
Yeah, has anybody said anything about cheese sticks and dog dicks? What's going on, buddy? Doc Dumpster.
Oh, my gosh, it's Doc Dumpster. What up, bro?
Hadn't talked to you in a while, dog. How we doing tonight?
I'm so glad to have you on, Doc. I did a little dance for you, bro.
Doc, I've been missing you, brother. I hadn't been on the show a few weeks. Just got to Fulton Dizzy. I'm at my cousin's house. Everything going pretty smooth tonight?
Hell yeah, man. I mean, it's going great. We've had some great callers, and of course now we've got Doc Dumpster.
Now, who has called tonight? Because I haven't. Who's called tonight?
Well, D Lucky called earlier. He's a badass. Deezer called earlier. He's a badass. And somebody else called earlier.
Great callers right there.
We talked with.
Have we heard from Ruxy Poo yet?
No, he hadn't called in the last few weeks, Doc. I'm concerned. We had special guest Justin Hokinson on though to start the show because he's a badass.
Dang! What did Hokey Poo say? Anything good?
He was talking basketball because he's a basketball guy.
Dude, let me tell you a story about D Lucky. You talk about just a monster for us. So, we kind of got this racial issue going on around, everybody knows around the country for the past couple of months. And so, D Lucky is a black guy. I don't think we have a lot of black guys on the bunker. It just doesn't seem like we do. And so I'm thinking to myself, this is about a month ago or 3 weeks ago, I'm like, man, I don't think I've got a racist bone in my body, but, man, D Lucky, I need to kind of check this out. So I DM'd D Lucky, and I called him. And I'm going to tell you, the dude is just 100% rock star. He just talked to me like his dad was a policeman forever, a police chief forever. And, he's lived the life in Alabama as a black person. And it was just really interesting. He's just a really good guy. And for anybody in the bunker that ever wants to talk to somebody, that dude, he's got it going on.
So you're saying he is everything you thought he would be and more. Is that what you're telling me?
Oh yeah. He took a 3-2 freaking slider and hit it over the left field wall. That's what he did.
Oh wow.
Hey, and that ain't easy. Hey, that ain't an easy pitch to step into, believe it, but he did it.
Hey, Jazzy Joe wants to remind folks in the chat that he's also black. So.
Oh, okay, yeah. Listen, I have no idea who's black and who's not.
No, I know.
I'm one of those guys. Hey, man, obviously there's a ton of shit going on around the country today with white and black people. So I mean, to me, D Lucky's just a good guy, but he happens to be black, and he happens to have a good compass as to what's going on. He's a great guy to talk to.
He's a great guy to have on the bunker, and he's a great guy to call in. And you're right, he's just a badass all the way around, Doc.
Yep. That right.
We had somebody else call in earlier, and I forgot who it was. But anyway, we've had awesome callers tonight, of course.
Well, that's good stuff.
Where the hell have you been the last few weeks, man? I texted you maybe 2 weeks ago to say, Doc, let's get you on the horn.
I lost my phone that night. To be honest, I've been in and out. I got in a little trouble a couple of weeks ago that I really don't want to get into on the air. But let's put it this way: tonight is my 13th or 14th night sober. That had to do a little bit. That had a little bit to do with my trouble 2 weeks ago. So now I am trying to stay straight, trying to be good, and live another day.
Well, did it involve a Philly? Your problem the other day? The other week?
No. It involved a couple of police cars.
Shit.
I wish it involved a Philly, believe me.
What can you kind of give us some details?
No. I just got in a little trouble, and I'm okay. I'm fine. I just probably need to kind of, stay. It wouldn't hurt me to stay straight for a little while.
Okay. Well, we're glad to have you on the show. What have you made anything out of this? I don't know. I mean, it seems to me, Doc, that Knotted Shorts and the other people in the Ball ZFG group have really kind of doubled down and tried to really pressure you and CJ, or Papa Bear, into kind of maybe having a little bit of an expose on some of your background. And maybe you guys are not quite the working class blue collar guys that you guys say you are.
Let me tell you something. I tell the bunker all the time, I'm the brokest bitch on the bunker, and I promise you I am, believe me. Those guys, they're super guys. We really love Balls FG, okay? They just live a totally different lifestyle, and that's perfectly fine. I mean, Shorts jaunted off to Texas this weekend, and he's sending pictures. He's on jet skis. He's around supermodels. He's eating steaks that are 5-inch thick. And that's perfect. There's nothing against that at all. We just live a different lifestyle. Me and Papa Bear and some others, Henry and A.U. McBain and Metallica, just a bunch of good guys. Valdosta Eagle joined us last week. So we just live a little different life. But it's all good. We all love each other.
Well, that's good. It doesn't seem like they love you as much, maybe, but maybe I'm just not reading into it what I should,
Well, and they may not. But now we're debating. We're having a meeting in the morning. We're debating having a Lamp of the Week award, okay, on the bunker, okay?
Wow.
Now, we would take all the lamps throughout the week and pick the number one lamp of the week. And so we're debating possibly starting that in the next 14 to 21 days on the bunker.
Now that's something I could get behind because as you know, Doc, I've said this on the show many times. I tend to side with the LEA on this because I think some of this conspicuous consumption that goes on with knotted shorts is the worst, but Keller Dog and Huntsville Tiger, and there's some other ones there that love to floss about how much of a badass they are and how much money they have. I think it's sad.
Well, let's brag about Keller Dog for a minute. I don't know what I missed with Keller Dog, but in the last week or two, he's almost come back to earth. He's posting on the bunker board. I even said on the bunker one time, he's actually being nice.
I know.
This is a guy who, let's be honest, for a long time wasn't very nice. And but I will say a little bit about Keller Dog, and I hope he's not listening tonight. Surely he's not.
Surely he's not.
But the son of a bitch has got. If the bunker knows some of his stories, that dude played college basketball and dated freaking supermodels for like 20 years. Okay. He has stories from California to Florida that are totally true stories that are freaking insane. Now, I think he's probably too modest to say them on the bunker, even though but let's put it this way. He's just been so nice lately, and I just love it that he's being a good guy and playing nice.
I know. It almost feels wrong for him to be doing that, but Pete's actually, he's a good dude. He's a good dude.
He's a great dude. Like I said, the stories he's got, I mean, you can sit there and say, oh, yeah, I'm watching John Daly play golf, and he'll say, oh, yeah, I spent the night in Daly's cabin for 2 nights like in 1997. I mean, he just knows everybody, and he's done everything.
I know. Dude, you had to lamp check me the other day when there was a thread about, what vacations have been ruined by COVID. And I said, I'm supposed to have already been in London, Paris, and Amsterdam already. And you were like, fireworks all over the place.
Hey, let me tell you what you needed to do. Is slap your damn self. Dude, you look like freaking knotted shorts on that one.
Yeah, I know.
What is it? Amsterdam, Europe, Holland, Yugoslavia, Croatia, freaking Belize? I mean, what continent were you not going to hit this summer?
I've never been to Belize, Doc. Not that anybody's ever known.
Well, I mean, what was the deal this summer? Did you and your wife just say, hey, in January, I tell you what we're going to do. This summer we're going to visit every continent known to man?
Well, it was my daughter. She graduated from high school, and she said she wanted to go to Europe. And, Doc, listen, I'm American. I was born here. I like to stay in America. Right. I didn't want to go to Europe, but they kind of grabbed me by the balls and said, you got to go because your daughter wants to go. And I said, fine, okay, I'll go. So we were finally supposed to go to Europe.
You kind of had to go. You kind of had your balls out. Yeah, you had to go on that.
I had no chance on that
one.
But
I would say there's nothing you can't get in Gatlinburg that you can't get in freaking Europe.
That's what I'm talking about, Doc. I'm glad you feel me. That's exactly right. In Gatlinburg, we can get all kinds of food. There's all kinds of places to poop, and we can buy all the trinkets we want anywhere we want. And it's cheaper, too, man.
And get in the freaking Toyota Tercel, drive 10 minutes down to Dolly World, ride some great freaking rides.
Oh, and by the way, Dolly Parton, is she not an American treasure or what?
Oh, God, dude, speaking of Dolly Parton, I grew up off of Concord Road, which is in Brentwood, Tennessee. It's where I grew up when I was a baby, okay?
Yeah.
Dolly Parton her farm was like 2 miles away, okay? So we saw Dolly. I don't know Dolly, I've never met her, but we saw her all the time. And, but yeah, she literally was 2 miles. This is back when there was nothing in Brentwood. Now Brentwood's just blown up.
Yeah.
This is when it was like, it was total farm area. She had a farm out there.
Yeah.
And, like the last Dolly Parton story I heard, my mom was at a Toys R Us, and Dolly Parton showed up in a limousine. This is a couple years ago. Got out, buys all these toys for all these kids that need it for Christmas. She doesn't wear wigs when she's in Nashville. She has short black hair. And, yeah, Dolly's a freaking legend. She's great.
Wow, I love Dolly Parton. In fact, so when I go to Gatlinburg, I hope this is not a lamp, but I'm going to get me a picture at her statue there in Sevierville, Tennessee, because I love Dolly that much.
Well, you know what I'd do just to be safe? I'd probably throw some lamps on that one.
Listen,
just so you don't get caught.
As the proprietor of the bunker, I want to talk with you and Papa Bear about this lamp of the week, because I might be willing to get involved and send this person something, as like a token.
Yeah, so listen, that's perfect. We'll get you involved. I do want a little hint out there. If anybody follows Mule 96,
yes,
okay, I don't know Mule 96, never in my life, okay, But if you follow Mule, he's got a pretty good shot to get Lamp of the Week.
Okay.
That's all I'll say.
Okay. Has he been lamping big time?
He threw something out this week that literally no bunker member in my time has even come close to.
Wow.
I mean, not even in the same stratosphere.
Damn. Okay.
And it was very quiet. It was not a lot of people saw it. It was at the end of a thread. But Mule 96, boy, and you would love it, Tate. You must not have seen it because it's right up your alley.
I didn't see it. I'm going to have to take a look.
It is something you've talked about before on the bunker probably 50 times.
All right. I'm going to take a look.
Yeah.
All right, Doc. We love having you on, bro. I wish you would do this every week, but I know that you.
I'm going to try to. Listen, the bunker. I love the bunker. Thank you guys. Everybody, try to stay safe. I mentioned on the bunker today. I was talking to a coach in Georgia yesterday about the virus, and he calls me coach. He said, "Coach, I'm telling you," he said, "half our high school has it, and they're all down at the beach." And I was kind of asking about it. Basically, what he was saying was, he thinks every high school in the South, they're all the kids have it, and they're not sick. Most of them aren't sick. They're just down there having a blast. So that was very interesting to hear.
That is very interesting to hear. I don't understand why people would do that. Try to have these parties.
I think from what he wasn't saying like they were being bad. I think what he was saying was they're not sick, and obviously these kids are really young. I don't want to get sick, dude. I'm almost elderly. I mean, I got tons of problems, but I'm just saying. I think he was saying that the reason there's all these spike ups in Florida is because all the high schools are down there and all the kids are positive. Damn. And I never thought about that, but he was just saying, hey, they're not sick, so they're going down there. So Damn. It's crazy, but yeah, it is great being on the show, Tate. Listen, you guys, the bunker's great. I heard, has Bobby Mapplethorpe showed up tonight, ain't he?
Oh, he showed up in the super chat for sure, dude. He's been hot.
Hey, Bobby is a monster.
Yeah.
Bobby said him, Hasselhoff, and some other guys. They say some of the funniest crap on the bunker that you'll ever read.
They do. They're hilarious.
And but listen, I'll let some other guys call in. But hey, Tate, I tell you what, it's great to talk to you, brother. Tell the family hello. I'll be back as soon as I can, brother.
All right. See you, Doc.
See you, mate.
There he goes, Doc Dumpster, the legend. I was a little worried about where he was going at the beginning of that call, but he pulled it out. He did the triple Lindy. BP4AU says, saw Dolly Parton all the time. Holy shit. You want to talk about a lamp of the week? Dude, he's kicking it with Dolly Parton all the time. I mean, I don't know if you can get a bigger lamp than that. Shit. Alpha Tiger said he's sorry that Doc's vacation to Six Flags Whitewater was canceled. I've been to Whitewater. Don't hate. We had a flurry of super chats come through. I think during that segment, starting with Hornatius to take a double shot, which I did. I took a big shot and I finished it off with some water. This is absolutely a Pizza Hut cup. There's no doubt about it, Courtney. Okay. I told you before the show. I said I can't remember where I got this, but I know I got it from a restaurant. Why are you giving me hell? She's administrative assistant, and I definitely got it from a Pizza Hut. I did not take that illegally. I want to point that out. I asked for permission. Sorry, I got a text here. I got to answer real quick. Had to answer that one. All right, so we got Love the Cat says take a double shot, which I already took. Oh, first of all, we got some business here. So the Knob Creek we cashed out. That's the Knob Creek, the State Liquors hand selected version. Which seriously, if you guys are in Louisville, Kentucky, go to State Liquors. It's down by Gerstl's. What's the name of that road, Cordy? Lexington Road. That's not the road. The road where Trinity's on. Trinity High School. It's right off of it. It's on Lexington Road. And The intersection of Lexington Road and Shelby Road. Thank you, administrative assistant. Please don't be disrespectful to your superiors. I'm just kidding. That's not how I am. So we cashed that out, and then we started getting back into this Bardstown Bourbon Company Discovery Series 2, sent to us by Michael M., our friend from California. Even though this was not made in California, this is made in Bardstown, obviously. But so we're dipping back into this Bardstown stuff, and I'm telling you, man, first of all, the bourbon's good. Second of all, this cork, it's made out of like tungsten. It is so heavy relative to size. I don't even know what's in this. Like, is it lead? Is it tungsten? I mean, what the hell? It's the heaviest top I've ever seen in my life. But I already did like a shot and a half, Hornatius, but I'm going to do another one, bro. Just because you've been such a faithful super chatter and supporter of the show in general. Also, I didn't know we were going with this. First of all, this is to right there. That's to you, Hornatius. Let's see. Bob Maplethorpe with I think that's your fourth super chat of the night. A $20 super chat, and it says, years worth of Viennas for Doc. Something tells me Doc Dumps has had Vienna sausage a time or two in his life. Also, Jazzy Joe with another super chat for the Doc. Absolutely. Doc Dumps is a badass. Bob Maplethorpe with like his fifth super chat says Jazzy Joe. To which Jazzy Joe responds with a super chat of his own. Says, Bob, you the man. Wow. Unbelievable super chatting going on there, guys. Between two of my favorites, Bob Maplethorpe, Bottle Rocket Master, and then Jazzy Joe, who's just kind of like his own. Like he just kind of stands on his own. He's like on the Mount Rushmore. Yeah, I'm taking a picture of this. Somebody doesn't think that I'm actually doing this right now. Just sent it. Let's see. Love the Cat says, hit up the larceny 11 million proof. Administrative assistant and I, before we came on the air today, we were trying to consolidate our bourbon supply because we went and bought a little bit more today. We mentioned that earlier in the show. And we were actually going to make that a drain pour, but I decided to hold off because I want my man J-Dub to drink that first. But it's like drinking lighter fluid, I'm telling you. Like, no, I've never had a bourbon before that just kicked my ass like that. But I'm not interested in doing that again. You couldn't get me to drink that shit again. No. Canoe Man says larceny packs a punch. Dude, the regular larceny does. That barrel proof would absolutely knock me out. Let me rephrase that. It knocked me out. Let's see. AU Taxman says the Peerless corks are the nicest I've seen. More expensive than the bottles. Super heavy. I did not know that. You know, I thought about getting some Peerless, and I ended up not getting it. I got some other stuff instead, but this Bardstown stuff, I'm seriously, dude, it's got to be tungsten in there or lead or something. It is so heavy. I don't know what. Jeez. It's just like, man, when it closes with this. Hell, this shit right here is 122 proof. Again, Bardstown Bourbon Company Discovery Series Batch 2. I think this is. Yeah. It's good, yo. That's really good bourbon. And I would never have seen it if it hadn't been for Michael, our friend in California who sent it to me. That was awesome of him to do that. I'll answer that later. Let's see. I feel like I'm missing some stuff here. Hey, you Taxman, what a great observation here. He says these Pizza Hut cups are indestructible. I can't even tell you how long I've had this sumbitch. I mean, have we had this 20 years? And I mean, the Coca-Cola thing hasn't even like partially rubbed off. Like it's just like this thing looked like it's brand new, and I've had it for 20 years. It's delicious. I'm going to be honest with you guys. We've hit the point in the show. Let's see. We're 2 hours and 32 minutes in. It's 9:46 in the Central Time Zone. It's 10:46 for our friends on the East Coast. Your boy's had a little bit to drink. Oh, Jazzy Joe, shut your ass. I don't want to hear about your kill to death. My kill to death on Warzone is .85. And I don't think it's good enough, but it's a lot better than some of these other bunks. And it's better than Justin Lee from the OA News who thinks he's a total badass. I'm going to tell you something about Justin Lee. First of all, I like Justin Lee. Second of all, he talks so much shit on Twitter about Warzone, and here's the deal: he's got a ringer, dude. Christian Clemente from the Plainsman, who's like whatever 20, 21 years old. He's an awesome player, and so Justin gets in with this kid who's an awesome player, Christian, and he slays like he always does, and then Justin just rides his coattails all day long. And then he's like, "Yo, I won games," and I'm like, "No. He won games. You rode his ball sack." That's how that worked. And meanwhile, me, Double D's locked on, GG32, War Eagle, Effin' Tiger, we're all earning our wins. And that dude's like riding coattails on some like ringer ass semi-pro player. It's bullshit. Let's see what else we got here. Anyway, I know we're back on some of this stuff. AU Taxman said those Pizza Hut cups are indestructible. They are. Leif B says, did you hear that the Two Keys, which is a great bar, administrative assistant heard. Did you hear that Two Keys went bankrupt? Now, I want to talk about this for a minute. Two Keys is a very popular nightclub. No, it's a bar. Right there on the strip at UK on, I always call it Slimestone, but it's South Limestone. But on the sign, it says S space Limestone. So it's Slimestone. Right near the UK campus. It's a very popular bar. It would be similar to Sky Bar. Went bankrupt. Because, I mean, there's nobody partying right now, right? I don't know. I can't say for sure. I don't know this because I've had a few nights in Lexington that I can't recall for sure. I don't think that I've ever been in Two Keys. I have been in the backyard of Two Keys. They have a little backyard where you party, but I've never actually been in Two Keys. So I don't know if that's a big loss for me personally, but I think for the UK family in general, it is. And it's very sad. Yes, I had seen that, Leif, and thank you for bringing that up, brother. All right, I'm losing track here. There's so much going on here. Shit, where were we? What? No, we're not wrapping it up. We're only 2 hours and 36 minutes in. Hornatius says Bob is making up for his Lil Pecker. His woodpecker. He's got a woodpecker in the backyard. Wait a minute. What are you doing? What's going on? Do you want to come sit on Santa's lap and tell you what you want for Christmas? Are you sure? Come here. Come here. Yeah. Tell me what you want for Christmas. All right. If you don't, she wants COVID to go away for Christmas. Come sit on Daddy's lap and tell me what you want. Pocket Watch says, who is so disrespectful to text during your big show? I don't want to say who it is. Leif B says, AU Taxman, you're right. Those peerless corks could be doorknobs. I have not had peerless, but I've seen it. And I probably should have bought it, but I didn't. Bob Maplethorpe with his, I think it's his 6th super chat tonight. You were on a roll. You get the official yo. Thank you, Bob Maplethorpe. Says, you should see my 1959 Mercedes. Holy shit. Somebody cue some fireworks for that right there. Raven, can you do that? Wow, a 59 Mercedes. You weren't even joking about that. Is that a lamp? Doc, if you're watching, that's a lamp right there. My goodness. Jazzy Joe, if that's really your kill to death ratio, I'm pissed off. I don't even think that's true. Is that true? Raven says, bring out Jill. I'm not ready to bring out Jill yet. Love the Cat says, Ole Miss drunk, 1 a.m. beaches. You say that every week. BP4AU says, shit, I'm drunk. Yeah, well, maybe you're not the first one. Hornacia says, I'm driving and playing Call of Duty right now. I thought that was Jazzy Joe in the beginning. I was like, holy shit, dude, don't do that. But it was just Love the Cat, so I don't care. He's probably not even telling the truth. Love the Cat says, call Jay Lee, damn it. Shit. You know, I texted Jay Lee earlier. I don't even know. What do you want me to ask him? All right, we'll call Jay Lee. I don't even know what to ask him, bro. We'll call him. He might be asleep, though. Hold on, Alpha Tiger. All right.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 3.
Whoa, that number almost spewed right there. Glad I caught that quickly. Alpha Tiger says, did I miss the ADAG follow-up? No, you didn't. Okay, so let me get back to this. The last super chat I mentioned was Hornacious Canoe Man. Super chat says, how is ADAG support standing with the powers that be? Great question. So, no, I'm answering this answer. I'm answering this right now. I'm answering this question. I've been aiming to do this. Now then, Allen was an outsider, came in from Buffalo, Notre Dame baseball player, worked at Ole Miss briefly, Danny White disciple, et cetera, et cetera. Outsider, very concerned with fiduciary responsibility, social responsibility. Big things for him. Does not want to lead from the front, doesn't want to be on the camera, wants the players to be on the camera. Big deal for him. I think in the beginning it was tough. I think there's different opinions about why it was tough for him. Was it because of his personality? Was it because of his race? Was it because he's an outsider? Could have been any of those. Could have been all of those. I think it was a slow acclimation process. I think some of the powers that be, there's levels, right? I mean, I think to some point, everybody on the board of trustees is a power that be. I mean, they're board of trustees people. Whether you're talking about Liz Huntley or you're talking about Jimmy Rain, they all have some level, right? I think some people warm to him more quickly than others. And I still think to this day that some people don't get his God, I'm trying to explain this correctly, It's tricky. Like, he is the antithesis of the good old boy network, okay? Like I think every decision that Allen makes is based on a rubric that's in his head about how does this benefit Auburn, how does this improve Auburn, et cetera, rather than he's my boy, I'm going to do what he says because we're friends, and Jay, I think, did a lot of that. Well, I mean, we've been knowing each other 20, 30 years. I mean, we should know, and I don't, Allen doesn't roll like that. I mean, I talk to Allen fairly often, and there are situations in my conversations with Allen where I would say, I mean, do you want my opinion on this? Do you care about my opinion on this? And sometimes it's yay and sometimes it's nay. I mean, because I'm not trying to tell him how to do his job. I don't even know how his job works because I'm a message board moderator, reporter, site runner. I mean, whatever you want to call me about. I don't know. Sometimes I have a view that I think helps him and sometimes I don't. But I think, he's not doing favors for anybody. It's just all kind of like, how does this help Auburn? How does this help Auburn? So his relationship with the powers that be Some of them think that he's awesome for the way that he approaches his job, and I think others think that he has some work to do to understand how things work. Okay? I think in general, his relationship with the powers that be is average. But I will say this, I like Allen. I think Allen is a good AD. I think he's a fair person. And I think that he's always at least trying to always do the right thing for Auburn. And as the athletic director at Auburn, I think that's the right call. I'm not sure that Jay Jacobs had that same attitude. I don't know. I can't say for sure yay or nay. I wasn't particularly close with him. I mean, I was at one, well, not really. I was always skeptical of Jay. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I'm skeptical of anybody who throws the religion thing in my face because it seems ingenuine to me. Like, well, I go to church a lot. I'm like, okay, cool. So, I mean, I think it's great. Going to church is a great thing. But when you lean on that, and then you start doing things that would be like antithetical to anything the Christian church teaches you, which any church, then I'm like, I'm going to stop there. So, yeah, I think Allen's relationship with the powers that be is average. I think in some cases it's really good, and in some cases it's passive. My opinion. I don't sit there and have I don't have any conversations with him about his friends and about, hey, how do you get along with Jimmy Rain? How do you get along with Bobby Louder? How do you get along with Gaines Lanier? I don't have those conversations. It's not something that I would ever ask him about. It's not something I'm interested in. How do you get along with Jimmy Rain? Like, I've never asked somebody that question. I just kind of figured out from talking to people. Jazzy Joe drops a super chat, says this is for administrative assistant. Boom! Administrative assistant is awesome. She's gone now, but I wish she was still here. Whatever. And also a shout out to Alpha Tiger for making me answer that question, which I wanted to answer. I just got distracted. I forgot why. D Lucky with a super chat says 4 masks, football beaches. Man, yes. I am not in position to tell you what to do, but if you don't mind me saying, I strongly suggest you wear a mask. I wear a mask myself every time I'm out. Always. I got a bunch of them in my car. Occasionally I forget to put it on, and I go back to my car and I get it and I put it on. It's like the walk of shame. I saw a girl do that at the ABC today. I had it on. She was in front of me. She was about to walk in the door. She looked over at me. She saw I had a mask. She went back to her car to put hers on. It happens all the time. It's nothing wrong with that. We also got a super chat coming in from J Smith 5187 says, coming in late, what you fools drinking? The answer for me initially was this Knob Creek single barrel, which is 120 proof, and it kicked my ass, as you can expect. This is a hand selection by State Liquors out of Louisville, Kentucky. This is the last time I'm going to be able to say that because this bottle's dead. But if you guys are in Louisville and they are not paying me to say this, they don't even know who I am. But if you're in Louisville, at the corner of Lexington Avenue and Shelbyville Road near Gerstl's, check these guys out. It's a great place to buy liquor. These dudes have a lot on hand, believe me. If you're looking for that regular shit like Weller Antique and whatever and all that simpleton shit is, they have it. But they also have better stuff than that. You just ask them. Now, currently, since I killed that bottle of Knob Creek, although it was low anyway, I'm drinking this Bardstown Discovery Series. It's actually batch 2. As a tungsten stopper on the top, I'm telling you, this thing is like 100 pounds. No, not really, but I bet it's like 3 pounds. That's what I'm drinking now. Let's take this call, yo. Welcome to the show. How you doing?
What up, JG?
Word. Who I got on the horn?
Flying around.
Flying around. That's who I thought it was. What's up, bro?
Oh, you just, I just laughed right when you was talking about walking to your car, the Hall of Shame, because I was thinking I just seen a girl do that when I was at the ABC store earlier. I was walking out, and she seen me mom with my mask on. She just turned around and went back to her car.
There's no, dude. I've done it myself. I mean, it ain't no big deal.
No, it's just funny that happened at to both of us at the ABC store today.
Yeah. Were you in Hoover? Where were you doing that?
Yep.
Well,
Hoover. Yep. I had to get the Patron 1 liter.
Ooh. That's almost, you know what? Seriously, no, that's not like going to be a lamb of the week, but that is kind of a lamb because Patron is like, that's bourgeoisie tequila right there.
I know. I've just been on a kick. I've laid off the bourbon, and I don't know. I don't have as near as bad hangovers with Patron as I do bourbon. So.
Oh, damn.
But I'm like you said. Yeah, I don't drink a lot of water when I'm drinking bourbon. So, anyways,
you probably should.
It seems like I don't have to. Yeah, I know, right?
What's been going on with you, bro?
Oh, nothing, man. Just enjoying the show. Work, and had a question. Let's see.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like we missed one today. Manny Diaz took one. Huh?
What happened to Manny Diaz?
Oh, he the safety from Miami that picked Miami today. Did you see that?
What happened?
No, it was a battle. It was a 4-star safety from Miami, and he chose Miami today.
Oh shit! Okay, I got you. I know. Now I know what you're talking about. Manny Diaz, he's the coach at Miami now, right?
Yeah.
Dude, I used to know Manny when he was at ESPN, dude. It's fucked up that he's like the head coach now.
Oh no! Hey, this is a story I want to. So, my question about Manny is, if let's forget him taking the job at Miami, or do you think he would have, like, if he would have came to Auburn? What year was that? Well, it's when Kevin Steele got hired. But you remember Manny? You remember the story? Like Gus he liked Manny Diaz a lot.
Yeah, he's a very likable dude.
But I think, but he was kind of scared to get him because it was more of a Kevin Steele was more of a home run, not really a home run, but I guess a better pick at that time because Gus was on the hot seat, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Kevin, I think to me is ahead of Manny. Yeah.
Okay. So how do you think Manny would have done at Auburn?
I think he would have been solid. I think he would have been good. I think Kevin Steele was the best pick that Gus could have gotten. I think Kevin Steele's an absolute monster. Yeah, even though he gets fussy with me sometimes. He's kind of a fussy dude, but I think as a coach, man, he's really good. I happen to think that.
He is. I just like Manny's story, and you know Manny's story, and I think most of the people listening know the story about how he was on ESPN, and he decided to give that up and start coaching football, and he 2 years. Let's see, he was at Mississippi State 2010, and against Auburn that year, I think Auburn won 17-14, and then he went back to Mississippi State 2015, and of course that was Sean Watts, and it was 14. It was 14-9, right? Auburn kicked 3 field goals. They couldn't ever punch it in.
Shocking.
But I don't know. I just like Miami. I like Diaz's defensive philosophy. It wasn't any. He run a lot of schemes, and Malzahn just a lot of times he just couldn't figure it out. I mean, he just threw. He's one of those coaches. He just threw everything at you, and you didn't know how to. You didn't know how to go against it.
Yeah, I put him in the same category as I do Joe Lee Dunn, who used to do stuff at Mississippi State as well. He just kind of threw shit out there just to kind of throw shit out there. And sometimes I felt like Manny was doing some of that himself. and obviously he got Gus kind of crossways in several of those games, and that's going back to when they were he was at Louisiana Tech. But I don't know. To me, Kevin Steele is more. I don't know. I think Kevin Steele was the right choice. I'll put it that way.
Yeah. Okay.
But Manny's a cool dude, man. I'm seriously Manny. Like if you're just hanging out, like Manny Diaz is as cool a guy as you ever meet, ever. Not just in football, but I'm just saying in general in life. He's a really nice person. He's a nice guy.
It seems like it. It seems like it because if you read a story like when he called his dad, and he just said, I think he had a kid on the way, and he said, "Look, I'm quitting ESPN. I want to coach football." And his dad's like, "What?" And he did, and he go back at his coaching career. I mean, hell, he's done it all. Then I know, at Miami now, he went 6-7 last year, and but I mean, it seems like he gets Miami. Of course, his dad's he's like the mayor of Miami, right?
He was, at one point, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, he's trying to bring Miami back to football, but of course, I know nobody cares.
I feel like that's a tough job, man, because Miami, those people down there, they feel like they should be Jimmy Johnson era. They feel like they should be kicking ass like every minute, and they've lost all that inertia. They're going to have to build it back, and I don't know if they can, man.
Yeah, and with Manny being the head coach, it's one of those things where young coaches has got to realize you can't win games unless you got a good quarterback and you got a good offensive line. And then last year, he had none of that.
No.
So even with a good defense, similar to Auburn's past defenses, when your offense is going to be 3 and out, you get to the point where it's the 5th or 6th game of the season, you're just kind of like, fuck this. All right, last question.
Yeah.
When is the last time you've pissed the bed?
You mean like actually in the bed?
Yeah.
Never?
What? Really?
You're talking about like actually like urinating in my bed, or like just like fucking up a story or something?
Oh man, I can't believe that. No, me and my wife was talking about this earlier, and when we were dating, her parents went out of town, and so of course, went over there, and we slept in the same bed and all that, and I was naked, and I guess it was just for me being naked. Because I don't sleep naked.
Yeah.
But I woke up and man, I just pissed all over me and her.
Had you been drinking?
Yeah, a little bit.
But you weren't like shit faced though?
No, I don't know. I guess because I was. It was one of those things where I guess I was having a dream where I was using the bathroom, and I did.
Wow.
All over myself and all over her.
I can't remember that. I can't remember that happening to me, but maybe I'm an outlier. I don't know.
And so what I did was I was so embarrassed I didn't want to wake her up. So like I went to the bathroom and I got a towel and I just put it beside her. And anyway, she woke up and she was like, "What is on me?" And I'm like, she said, "Why am I wet?" And I was like, I think I had an accident.
Oh,
she said, "Well, why did you put a towel in the bed?" And I was like, "Well, I didn't know what else to do." I mean,
boy, that's a sticky situation there, brother. Oh, man.
I can't believe that about you, though. God, when I was at Auburn, there's probably 4 or 5 times where I just went blackout drunk.
Wow.
Blackout, where I just woke up and I didn't even know where I was. And I pissed and puked all over myself.
Man, I've thrown up a few times. It's been a minute, but I haven't pissed the bed though. But I bet there's a lot of people who have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just I'm feeling good tonight. I figured I'd just put that out there.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, man. After you hang up, I'll tell a few stories and try to TMI you out of oblivion, bro.
Oh man, I know. I can't. You're a good drunk, so you handle your alcohol well, JG.
Well, administrative assistant usually keeps me straight. That's the thing.
Oh, okay.
All right, you be good out there flying around. We appreciate you. You always call in, and you're an absolute beast. All right, bro?
All right, JG. All right, man. Hey, one more question about Call of Duty. That's cross-platform, right?
It is. Absolutely. I play with Locked On is on PC, and Double D's is on PC. I'm on Xbox myself, so we can all play together.
Okay, I'm on PS4, so yeah, I might have to try that out.
Remember, the regiment is Debunker, Dabunker, Debunker, okay?
Okay, will do.
See you, bro.
All right, man.
All right, bye. Man, it happens, bro. I mean, I'm being honest. I haven't had that happen myself, but A. Jackson says, flying around, hang up, dude. For the love of God, this is David the Wizard territory. I don't know if it's like, I don't know about that. I don't know. I mean, he was just kind of saying, Speaking of that, David the Wizard, man, I haven't seen much from him lately at all. I did check up with him. I did like a wellness check with him a couple weeks ago. He's fine. He answered me like really quickly and was like, yeah, I'm doing good. Let's see. Alpha Tiger says, only time hold on. Whoa, we got to go back. I know we got a super chat in here. Let's see. Jay Smith, Jay Smith 5187 with a super chat earlier says, coming in late. What are you fools drinking? I was trying to explain that before Flying Around called. I killed the Knob Creek, although it was not full when I started. And now I'm working on the Bardstown Discovery. Oh, shit. You guys can't see that. Discovery Series Batch 2 is good stuff. Michael M. hooked me up with this. God dang, that thing is heavy. We also got a super chat from Jay Smith 5187 again. It says new sheets for Flying Around. Yeah, new sheets. It's all good, bro. Oh, yeah. Deezer says they don't call it P-Trone for nothing. Canoeman says, please ask Flying Around about the last time he pooped the bed. I didn't know if he was like trying to say it was like a figure of speech or he actually meant like urinating in the sheets or whatever. Oh, my goodness. It's all good. Canoeman says, I wonder what Flying Around's thoughts are on analytics. That's funny right there. Because David the Wizard loves talking about analytics. And there was one time when I just let him go about analytics. I was like, hey, man, just talk about analytics for a minute. And he just like, why'd you bring up a blanket?
About time for you to wrap it up.
Wait, what? So Flying Around jumps in the chat and says, so am I the only one that's pissed to bed after passing out drunk? Hey, Snort. Do you remember, seriously, now be honest with me. I'll be honest on the stream. Do you remember any situation where I pissed the bed? Like actually pissed the bed? No, she does not recall that.
I remember you stumbling to yak.
Yeah, I don't remember that. You said stumbling to yak? And then sometimes there's some strange things that happen in the bed itself, but it doesn't involve urination, right? Correct. Oh, wow. So, again, I mentioned Flying Around says, so am I the only one that's pissed the bed after passing out drunk? StoopUp74 says yes. D-Lucky says yes. Deezer says yes. So, yeah. I'm going to be honest with you, dude. I had my little brother in my fraternity, Sam. Sam had a tendency to piss the bed, drunk or otherwise. So, I mean, it happens sometimes, and it's not something you should be ashamed of. I mean, it's not, it's not like you didn't just do that on your own. That's something that your body did. So, no. I mean, nobody's judging, bro. Nobody's judging. Kidman says, of the call when David the Wizard was talking analytics, this is the Commodore was passing out during that call. Yeah, pretty much. Let's see. I was trying to get some TMI to kind of. Trying to think of some TMI stories I could tell that wouldn't implicate you. The problem is that you and I are together all the time, so it's hard to not implicate you. Like, for instance, Becky from the Cotton Bowl. Do you remember that? Why are you giving me this one? Why are you giving me this one? Do you remember that story though? I can't tell the story. I can't tell like the regular story. Honey, like seriously. Do you need a microphone? I was going to tell you guys a story about from the Cotton Bowl. It wasn't like that salacious. It wasn't salacious. I can't tell. Seriously, I can't tell that story. Okay, no, we're not telling that story. I would love it. Seriously, Canoe Man, Pocket Watch, if you guys are out there, please remember to ask me about Becky at the Cotton Bowl, okay? Remember to ask me about that. Because at some point, administrative assistant won't be here, and I will answer that question. Administrative assistant is giving me not a good look at this point. Hey, caller, how you doing? Welcome to the show.
Doing good. How are you, JG?
Is this Bob? Is this Bob himself?
Himself, it is.
What up, bro?
I'm good.
First of all, thank you for your super
like
chatting tonight. You've been insane.
Well, we're trying to get you a second monitor, so I think that would be. Everybody gave you shit about having one monitor, so I'm trying to help you get to a second monitor.
Well, bring your ass up here and show me how to fucking use it. All right, Bob?
Hey, I'm the wrong person to do that, so
Okay.
not going to happen.
That's okay. That's okay. How you been doing,
I will
brother?
shower you. I'm good. Yesterday, I realized I could have a short day of work, and so I came home and got my son and drove down to Lafayette, and we went fishing and caught a bunch of bass and goofed off, and then went to Opelika and got some Miss Story's chili dogs, and the rest is history. So we had a good day.
Yeah, that sounds like a great day. I think you were chronicling some of that on the bunker, right?
Come again? I couldn't hear you.
I think you were chronicling some of that on the bunker, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was enjoying it.
Trying to get my son to be a little more outdoorsy, but that's my fault. But he loves to fish, and we've got a pond that now we're stocked with some really aggressive fish. It's only been stocked for 3 years, and so now he's like, every time we get a chance, he's like, when can we go to the farm? When can we go? So I just took off half day yesterday and took him down, and there we go. But here's the problem. Every time we come down there, have you been to Miss Story's in Opelika to get a chili dog?
Once or twice? Twice, yes.
Okay. Have you ever had a chocolate milkshake?
At Miss Story's?
Yes.
No.
You know, it was voted like 3 or 4 years ago the best milkshake in Alabama.
Is that true?
It is. Yes, it is ridiculous. So if you don't pair the milkshake with a chili dog, then you're losing.
Wait, so you're saying
So-
I'm losing?
You if you didn't pair the chili dog with a milkshake, then you would be losing. I didn't say you lost. I said you would be losing.
I didn't. I had a chili dog and I didn't have a chocolate shake, so I lost.
So in fairness, you lost. So correct. But no, it's unreal. I can't go down there without him. All right, I'll give you an example. Today we're supposed to come home, and he would not let me leave till we drove in town and got chili dogs. So it's that and the milkshake. So, but it was that good.
Damn, that sounds really good, bro.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
So did you listen to the call earlier when Flying Around was talking about his situation there?
I was off and on. Can you rehash?
Yeah, he was asking if anybody else has ever gotten so drunk that they pissed the bed, like actually urinated in their bed, and I was wondering if that's ever happened to you.
Surprisingly, that's not a problem I have. But my sister, when she was dating a guy in college at Auburn,
Yeah,
he was a perpetual bedwetter. Super nice guy, but it was just kind of like if he went out and had a couple of drinks, he was going to wet the bed.
Yeah.
So I don't know where the relevance is there, but no. As far as I'm concerned, maybe twice since I was 20. If we got like really crazy and there were strippers and blow, but other than that, it's just not going to happen.
Alpha Tiger's asking if you'd be willing to sing "Let Me In" on the air.
I haven't memorized it yet, but I'll.
I thought you would like that.
Hey, have you watched those videos of that guy?
No, I don't even know what the hell he's talking about.
No, it's crazy. There's a guy that had a normal, 9 to 5, and then he did like a side DJ deal, but it was kind of tweaky, he kind of went outside the box, and then he's got a mixing station at his home, and he's been on Atlanta radio a lot, and he'll mix up all these sounds, and he's really talented, but you need to let Alpha Tiger post or what his name is, whatever it is, but it really is kind of crazy. It's what we all wish we could have done while we were 14 years old, but this guy actually did it.
Shit, okay. Alpha Tiger, this is a call to arms, brother. You got to get that name up there so we can check that out. Anything else going on, bro?
Yeah, I guess all of our concern is football.
Yeah.
Just one thing. I mean, is there such thing as football without fans? I mean, because it seems at this point, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen without fans. How do you say, like, I'm not going to say, well, we pay yearly for scholarship and parking and all that stuff for our tickets, but how do you say, well, you can sit here, you can sit there, you can sit there, and you can't do it. It's you can't say who goes, but the other thing is, I mean, can you have football without fans? But number two, can you not have football at all? I mean, and how do we get revenue? If we just, let's say this, I'm going to pose this to you: football without fans. Does that happen? Can it happen? And what do we do?
No, that can't happen. Next question.
Well, okay. All right. I go to Lowe's 5 times a day minimum.
What?
I've been going to, when they shut everything down, I've been going to Lowe's and other places, the whole time without a mask, and nothing's happened. And I mean, I don't want to compare it to the flu. I know it's different, but the thing is, it's going to take its course like the flu. You're either going to get it, you're either susceptible to being really ill or not. So do you shut everything down or do you go forward? I mean, I think it's my opinion. How can you not go forward with the, and I'm not trying to be cheap by saying the dollar amounts at stake, but I am trying to be talking about the importance of the dollar amounts at stake that I mean, I'm sorry, you have to go forward. The sacrifices of the dollar amount is pretty daggum significant. And I don't wish anybody to get ill and get sick or die or anything, but you cannot not go forward. At what point? Tell me this: is it this year, next year, the year after that? When do we say we go forward and just, I mean, when do we get back to normal? I mean, whatever normal is, but you have to go forward. You have to figure something out, because if we don't do it right now, what's the bigger impact? If we sacrifice this year's football season or this year's whatever exposure, going to Walmart or Lowe's, whatever,
yeah.
When do we get back to that? I mean, you have to, as far as I'm concerned, with the majority of the population kind of getting infected and getting over it.
Yeah.
I feel like I hate it, but you just have to buckle down and go forward and just, hope the most minimal amount of people get a bad case. I mean, you can't stop living, and that's all I got to say. I mean, it's just, you got to keep living. I mean, hell, without football, 90% of the Alabama football fans are going to beat their sister and kill themselves anyway. So you just go forward, and that's a bad joke, but you just, I mean, come on, it's. I go to Lowe's every day, 5-6 times. Have done it since this stuff happened, and that's okay. And
why are you going there 5 times a day, Bob?
I'm rehabbing some apartments I bought, so I'm there. I'm not like the common person who's there that is like me, fixing up their yard. I mean, the people that can't go to work, they're going to fix up their yard. They're going to. So apparently Lowe's is okay, or Home Depot is okay to go, but you know, we got to sacrifice every other type of. You know, you can't go to your dentist. You can't go where else.
Yeah, word.
But I'm just saying, there's so many exposures that we've given ourselves that are just given a pass. And everything else is like taboo. Well, you know what? Bullshit. We just got to go forward. I mean, football included. Just get your ass out there and be safe. And I mean, shit. I think it's a joke, to be honest.
Okay.
I mean, and I'll say this: without sports, it's. And I think I called in the first time, you know, months ago, first time, and we were talking about having a hope of football.
Yeah.
But, you know, man, sports is a way of life.
Yeah.
Sports is, and I didn't, you know, we didn't realize this until all this happened. There's certain things that really just make us tick, and certain things that we really enjoy.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know what? Not all of us can sign up for the Navy or Army or military. They put themselves at risk. You know what? Let's put ourselves at risk for football. Let's go watch a damn football game and put ourselves at risk for a disease or an infection or a virus. You know, let's just charge forward, and we'll make it through. I mean, right. I'm saying this: without morale, without football, we're all fucking doomed. I mean, we need a sense of normalcy and a sense of but you know what? Government's going to play their part and step in and do whatever they got to. But I think so much of us are just so tired of it. And I'm like, you know, I'll give you a good analogy. All right. I got a little Coleman mini bike for my son. and it's like basically like a little go-kart motor on a motorcycle. Yeah. And he started driving it this weekend, and my wife's like, does he have a helmet? Does he have a helmet? I said, yes, he has a helmet, which he did not. But bottom line is, I've got a 9-year-old son, put him on a motorcycle and let him ride around, had a great time. And I'm like, well, do you risk your son having a good time and learning to ride a motorcycle at a young age, or do you put him on it at 17 and not know what he's doing, or you know, it just when you know.
Yeah,
we just got to get over it and just throw ourselves to the wolves and by God, we've got to have football.
All right. I mean, listen, man. As someone who runs a business based on football, I want football. So let's do it.
Well, agreed. And once again, you know, I'm the king of rambling. But I mean, I don't know how you know. Not to say the money involved in college football trumps the health of our coaches and student players and all that stuff, but I don't think it's big enough of a risk. You know, like not to compare it to the flu, but it's not that big of a deal. I mean, I think we're all finding out. It's just, I mean, yeah, people are going to get, you know, sick, and unfortunately 0.45% of people are going to die from it, but you can't stop life from going on just out of fear of something that might happen.
Bob, listen, man, you're an absolute beast. And we appreciate you jumping in there and kind of letting us know about the fucking virus, dude. I mean, it's we need people like you to kind of provide one side of it,
Well, I'm drunk, Dr. Fauci.
Yeah, well, I'm not. I am too, so it's all good, bro. But the bottom line is you have not pissed the bed when you're drunk, right?
I cannot remember that.
Is it possible?
You need. Is it what now?
Is it possible you pissed the bed when you were drunk one time?
Oh, it's entirely possible.
There you go.
But
flying around, it's possible.
I need you to ask Bassman for another story about a roommate experience, but I'll leave that up to him. Right. But no joke. I mean, I just think there's a certain point to where you realize this is never going to end. So you either get back to football and whatever else and just kind of go with it, or I mean. Not to be political, but can we go in the streets and rant and rave and protest, right. and that's okay, or can we go to a football game and make, So.
I got you. All right, Bob. I appreciate you, bro, and you're an absolute badass. You know that, right?
Working on it, there, right. Jay.
You be good out there.
But hey, we're working on it. But have a good night and enjoy the show.
All right. Appreciate you, Bob. Thank you, bro.
Thanks, buddy.
There he goes. Bob Mapplethorpe. Bob himself. J. Smith 5187 says, can you transmit COVID by pissing the bed? Administrative assistant, you're ruling. I asked the administrative assistant earlier if I'd ever pissed the bed. She said no. She would tell me. Let's see what else we got here. Wait, what now? I have laughed that hard, but it wasn't because I was drunk. Let's see. The last super chat that came through was Hornatius said, has administrative assistant ever pissed the bed? I don't think she has. I would know. I feel like I would know. Hornatius asks again, says Drain is the shiz. My Bammer father-in-law listened on the 4th. Did we do a show on the 4th?
Last Saturday, Jay.
We did a show on the 4th. I didn't know I did a show on the 4th. And we love the band talk. Did we talk about bands and shit?
Yes.
Do you remember?
Yes.
What were we talking about?
Hey, Carol,
Yes. We talked about different rock bands.
Okay. Time to wrap it up, Jay.
Courtney says it's time to wrap it up. It's 3. Hold on. Whoa. It's 10:34 in the Central Time Zone, 11:34 in the Eastern Time Zone, and we've been live for 3 hours and 20 minutes. Let's see what's going on here. Hold on. I want to make sure I don't want to leave anybody hanging out. Infinity knows is Bob over the top. D Lucky says, I'll remember where I was for this call. Alpha Tiger says boobs could be at least a start in replacing football. Yeah. Hornatius says Bob is a really good dude. I don't think anyone's arguing that. Not me, for sure. Alpha Tiger says Bob is a great dude. No one's arguing that except for me. Deezer, Bob has no idea, but he is allowing the JG to get a few extra well-needed snorts in. AU Taxman says Bob is an amazing dude. Yeah. Canoeman says, D Lucky, can you imagine DK taking this call? TK, excuse me, Tony Kornheiser. Remember how long call-ins lasted for his show? Oh, Bob, we love you, bro. Like, seriously, we love you. We love you so much. Chaz Music, for reasons that I don't know, says, you were spitting NWA lyrics in Gus's voice. I don't know about NWA lyrics, but here it go. I'm thinking about Eazy-E's solo record now. Easily I approach the microphone because I ain't no joke. Tell your mama to get off of my tip. I have no time to give her. No, I don't want to finish that. AU Storm 20 says, I have missed the whole night. You have missed a lot. I don't want to get into what all you've missed. I don't want to say what stuck out to me or what didn't stick out to me. Who? Jay Smith says, one time my wife farted while sleeping and woke up, got mad, and said I was disgusting. That has never happened to me. Oh, my goodness. Hold on. Hornatius brings up something. Hold on. Whoa, I want to do this. I think I did this last week, but I don't even remember. Hornatius was thinking that I sang one of my favorite tunes. I want to make sure I get the lyrics. Oh, my God. I didn't mean to do that. One of my favorite tunes, a song called Automobile by NWA. But I want to make sure I get the lyrics right because I've been drinking right now. I don't know if this one would ring a bell for administrative assistant or not. Wait, I can't even sing this. How did I sing this last week without... There's no way I could sing this. What is that song about the I better hurry up and get this nut or whatever? What is that song? Oh, I know what it's called. It's called I'd rather... Yeah, that's it. I'd rather sing that one. Oh, that's an Eazy-E song. Oh, shit. Hold on. I got to get the lyrics. Not the song, the lyrics. Oh, damn, I did it again. Let's see if administrative assistant, if this rings a bell right here. I can't even tell that story, can I? Is that another story I can't tell? You talking about the last, we were in Fort Hall and it was the last day? You know what I'm talking about. Okay. Courtney has given me permission to sing the song right here. I mean, I'll have to like block this out. Like, Eazy-E sings, I'd rather play with you because the other bitches want to wine and dine. Fuck all that. I better hurry up and get this nut because it's checkout time. Oh, I got to do this in Gus voices. I'd rather fuck with you because like the other bitches want to wine and dine. I better hurry up and get this nut because it's checkout time. She said she wanted me to eat the... I can't finish that. AU Texan says, give me that nut. Give me that nut. That's a good song, too. That's an Eazy-E song, though. D-Lucky knew the song. He knew, of course he did. Said, I'd rather bump you. Bump. That's a good, there you go. I'd rather bump you because I like the way that you scream my name. I better hurry up and bust this nut because Alpha Tiger asks, are you gonna play Let Me In for Bob? I don't know if I can do that. As I mentioned earlier for Canoe Man, I'm gonna get I'm gonna be able to do the thing that we talked about earlier by August 1st, and we're also gonna be able to do the Let Me In thing too. I am not familiar with this meme, but I'm gonna look up Lisa Posednik. Oh my God, is that a real person? I looked up Lisa Posednik, like you said, because we're both right home in my automobile. I looked up, Canoe Man says, remember Lisa Posednik. which I Googled her, and she immediately came up as Lisa Durgan. It says Playboy centerfold appearance. Is that who we're talking about? I don't know about that. She looks fine. She looks cute. Spouse is Scott Podsednik. That guy married a Playboy Playmate of the Month. He's a goob, isn't he? All right, everybody. Everybody get face down. Wrapped up the mouth because it don't make a sound. I better be careful. Oh, I meant to tell you, Courtney. I'm sorry, administrative assistant. Stacy, her mom, got my card, and she thought it was really funny. The problem was that I sent it before I was supposed to send it, because her birthday's not till like the fucking 15th or whatever. So mine was the 1st, and it was unnatural because her birthday isn't until the 15th. So there you go. And I want to make it clear that administrative assistant is fine with this. She should be fine with this because for reasons that I don't want to get into on the stream. But my high school girlfriend, a girl named Stacy, she was asking people on Facebook to send her mom birthday cards because her mom's turning 80 this week. I don't want to say what her name is, but her mom. And you guys are not going to be surprised to hear this, but my high school girlfriend's mom did not like me. She didn't like me. She thought I was an asshole, primarily because I'm an asshole. And I did things to her daughter that I probably she's not happy about. Is that fair to say? She wasn't there. But anyway, I sent her a birthday card because Stacy was asking that we do that. And so I sent her one, and apparently she enjoyed it. She thought it was funny. I sent her a card, and I said something like, I'm glad you didn't kill me, because she should have killed me. And I hope you have a great birthday or whatever. And I need to see more pictures of Scott Podsednik's wife. Oh my goodness. Wait, hold on a minute. I see her as a brunette, and then I see her as a blonde. Which one is it? Looks like I think she's a blonde most of the time. I mean, she's really pretty. Scott Podsednik, considering he's just like some dude, he's doing a great job. She's a cutie though. Good for him. Somebody on the bunker made me post a picture of was it Kyle Busch's? No, Kurt Busch's ex-wife. She was cute. She isn't crazy though. Let's see. Let's see super chats. Of course, Hornatius says, as administrative assistant, ever pissed the bed? I don't think so. I don't think so. But no, I'm not judging people who have. Hornatius comes back again, says, oh, wait, I already did the family-in-law thing. Flying around, jumps back and says, but I haven't crapped my pants yet. Now, that's funny right there, bro. AU Taxman says, does her mom look like Rachel Hunter? No. Stacy's mom was not hot. She did not have it going on. She had every reason to hate me, too. AU Taxman says, has Gus ever heard of Eazy-E? Probably not. I'm not going to text him and ask him, but I could. But I wouldn't, because he wouldn't know who that is. J. Smith 5187 says, was it ever discussed tonight about Doc Dumpster posting on the dog vent? Trying to figure out what's going on there. So I would imagine, I don't know this for sure, but without having gone to dog vent, but I think that's probably Knotted Shorts trying to discredit the LEA. I wouldn't worry about that. administrative assistant. I feel like I've had enough to drink. She told me that an hour ago. We have been streaming for 3 hours and 32 minutes. We have been. That's a long time for us. Let's see what else we got going on here. Holy shiz. Man. All right, so it's 10. Here's the thing. So D Lucky, and you guys know how I feel about it. You know how I feel about D Lucky. I think he's awesome. And Doc Dumps has also said the same tonight. He says, I think Gus has heard of Eazy-E. I'm willing to bet a beer on it. Which really tempts me, okay, into texting Gus about this, but I don't think I can. It's not worth texting Gus about. Here's the thing. I want to add this before I even consider that possibility. I was sitting with Jamel Dean. Jamel Dean, former Auburn cornerback, now plays for the Tampa Bay Bucks, I guess. NFL cornerback. And I really like Jamel. Jamel's for real, yo. Jamel is not a guy who's like all caught up in the pop culture. He's a football player and he doesn't give a shit about other stuff. And I started rapping for shits and giggles because I like to do that. An Eazy-E rap. And he says to me, did you come up with that yourself? And I said, fuck no, of course not. It's Eazy-E. And he goes, swear to God, this is Jamel Dean, who's a totally legitimate football player. He goes, who the fuck is that? I said, Eazy-E is the primary rapper for NWA. And he goes, who the fuck is that? I swear to God. Jason was there. Philip was there. Philip doesn't know what that means anyway. But Jason was there. Jason Caldwell. My friend Jason Caldwell was there. And Jamel did not know who NWA was. He didn't know. I don't think the movie had been out yet either. So, once the movie comes out, everybody knows. Once the movie comes out, everybody knows what's up. But Jamel did not know who NWA was. And I was blown away. I couldn't believe it. I was like, I thought that you guys would know who these people are because they were like the godfathers of rap. Like everybody knows who they are. And he's a real matter of fact dude. He was like, I don't know who that is. I was like, holy shit, bro. Is it time to wrap it up? Administrative assistant, you want to come sit on Santa's lap? Tell me what you want for Christmas? Come here. Come here. Can I pull you over here?
Nope. I want you.
You got dog hair all over.
Yep. No. Nope. Wrap it up.
Administrative assistant keeps insisting that it's time for me to go.
Wrap it up.
We've been streaming for 3 hours and 35 minutes. It's currently 10:49 in the Central Time Zone, 11:49 for our friends in the Eastern Time Zone. Yeah. What is life? Life is too short. That's what I'm saying to you, Deezer. D Lucky says Gus knew Kodak Black. There is no way he knew Kodak Black was. He knows Eazy-E. Alpha Tiger says Tate isn't getting any tonight. Thoughts on that, administrative assistant? She said that's why you need to wrap it up. Oh shit. Canoe Man says it's Jen Brown time. Let's do. Here's what we do late in the shows. Wait, what are you doing? Late in the show, we like to pull up the gals that we think are the hottest girls in sports. We'll start off with Jill Arrington, who is the hottest of all time. The hottest girl I've ever seen in my life, point blank. Like, personally, myself. I mean, obviously, administrative assistant is a gorgeous woman, but Jill Arrington is really pretty. And my wife even acknowledged that she's really hot, right? Do you think she's cute? All right. So we got Jill Arrington right there. We got Bonnie Bernstein, who was an ESPN personality for a number of years. She's just chilling now. She's also a very attractive woman, very fit. Jen Brown, I am not personally familiar with her, but some bunker members are familiar with her, at least in a passing sense. And this dude right here, this little baby, he needs to stop smiling at the camera like this because I feel like he knows something. We got Melissa Stark. I don't know if she's current. At least one-time NFL reporter. Very attractive. And, of course, somebody that you guys are very, very, very fired up about is Shannon Spake. Oh, wait, hold on. There she is. Wait, what? Hold on. Shannon Spake. She's obviously great at what she does. She's tremendous. She does great work. She's super good at what she does. And if you guys follow her on Twitter, she loves talking about how much she runs. I don't know if that's good or bad. But some of these other ones, Rachel Weisz, we need to add a Rachel Weisz for Jazzy Joe. Jazzy Joe loves Rachel Weisz. And somebody else who really loves Rachel Weisz is, hold on. Somebody else who also loves Rachel Weisz is a former OA News. God dang it. Former OA News badass, Colin Mickle. And he loves Rachel Weisz because Rachel Weisz is Jewish. And he is himself Jewish. And so he considers her among the hottest Jewish women anywhere. If you want to know my opinion, I happen to think Rachel Weisz is very attractive, Jewish or not. I'm trying to find a picture that I feel like it would be suitable for you guys, and I haven't found one yet. I'm looking. There's not a lot of full body shots on her. Administrative assistant, do you have an opinion on Rachel Weisz? Pretty girl. I think we would all agree. We need a full body shot. I'll tell you what, here's what we're going to do. We're going to... God dang it. Sorry, guys. Just give me a minute here. Unfortunately, if you just Google Rachel Weisz, it's not right. It's not enough. You just get a bunch of headshots of her. Rachel Weisz bikini is what you have to do? Let's see. Oh, yeah. She looks good. I mean, she's like a Hollywood actress, so, she's thin, like you would expect. Here we go. Here's one for Jazzy Joe right here. Hold on, Jazzy. I got you, brother. Image. I'm not super sober right now, but I can get this picture up. Whoa. Hold on. I'll scale it down. Hold on. We get it. You guys like her. I know you guys do. I know you do. She's lovely. I don't even think that's the best picture of her ever, but at least she's in a bikini and you guys are probably happy. Matt N., who is our master of late super chats. He's the master. Says, yes for Shannon Spake. She's my girlfriend sometimes. Oh, man. Leif says, I love how the late part of the brain drain turns into Maxim magazine circa 2005. Wait, what? Huh? Shannon Spake was like 10 years old in 2005. AU Taxman says, can we get some Jenna Fisher? Let me tell you a story about Jenna Fisher. I want to tell a real quick story. All right, so Jenna Fisher, first of all, we're going to leave up Rachel Weisz for my man Jazzy Joe, who thinks she's really hot, and he deserves that because he's Jazzy Joe, and he should get whatever the hell he wants. Jenna Fisher, you guys may know her as, what was her name, Courtney? Pam? Pam from The Office. Okay. Like, she really just does it for me, right? Like, she's super hot. Like, kind of the girl next door look thing. She's from St. Louis. I'll look at more pictures of Rachel Weisz. She's cute. Like, there's no arguing this. Jazzy Joe is on point with this, in my opinion. Hold on, we got some super chats. We got to go through here. Hornatius says AA, meaning you, Courtney. She needs to chill. Oh, she said he can blow me. She doesn't have one for you to suck, so there's no blowing. Jazzy Joe says, I need Rachel Weisz, which you have now gotten. Matt N says, yes, for Shannon Spake. She's my girlfriend sometimes. Understood completely. Bob Maplethorpe, our man, comes back with another big super chat. I think his 7th of the night. Says, wife just pulled me out of the garage. I could just read that as wife pulled me out. Apparently, I drained a bottle of Bullet. She's laughing at me, and I don't get it. We love Bullet. Although in our family, Bullet is that's a bourbon that you drink when somebody dies. So we've had a lot of Bullet. Jenna Fisher only has one bikini picture, which I don't like. She's not really a bikini type girl. I'm trying to find you guys know who Pam from The Office is. She really does it for me, for whatever reason. I don't really know why. I was trying to find a picture of her that I thought was particularly flattering. I haven't found one yet. Yeah, I still haven't found one yet. I don't want to look at her in a wedding outfit. That's just not really my shit. Yeah, I don't really want that one either. That's her ex-husband. Not interested in that. Yeah, well, you guys just have to figure that shit out on your own. No, I didn't mind that one. I've seen that one a bunch of times, if you know what I mean. Wait, what do you mean? What are you talking about? I don't want a picture of her with a different girl because then that'd be like, oh, I like the other girl better. And I'm like, no, she's not hot. The other girl, Jenna Fisher's the hot one. Here, we'll just go with this one. Fuck it, I don't care. I don't care. All right, Jetsy Joe, I hope you're good with Rachel Weisz. Let me add, oh, shoot. I don't want to do that. Whoa. Image. There we go. It's funny because when I come back on this a few days later and I look at my OBS and it's got a bunch of like pictures and stuff, I'm like, I don't remember doing that. That's Jenna Fisher right there. She's from The Office. That's probably where you know her best. I just think she's unbelievable. I think she's unbelievably hot. Anyway, here's the story. So this is back a few years ago. Right, Cordy? What year was this? Maybe 2009, 2010, maybe? I got on the internet and I found her address, which is a little bit weird. Guys, I'm acknowledging it's a little bit weird. I don't care. I just knew we were going to LA, so I was like, hey, maybe we can drop by Jenna Fisher's house. So I got her address. Is that fair to say?
Yes, you're a stalker.
And it was in, as I recall, I'm going to pull up a Google Maps here. I don't even know what the name of that area is. Hold on, Cordy. I got to figure that shit out. I don't even remember where the hell we were. I know we were. If you're looking at it on a map, I know where we are. I think it was Studio City. It was the Studio City area. Yeah, it was definitely Studio City. I don't want to get into details exactly where it was, but it was in Studio City, California. And I got the actual address. And so we drove by Jenna Fisher's house, which I thought was cool because Cordy was like, nah, that's fine, whatever, I don't care. I mean, not that you were like excited about it yourself, but you were like, whatever, that's fine. Right? So we went by, and Jenna wasn't out front, and she didn't welcome me, and, you know, it is what it is. It's kind of how it goes. Let's see. We also got a super chat from Bob Maplethorpe. Oh, wait. We already talked about that one. My bad. Jazzy Joe. That's the one I forgot about. Jazzy Joe says, I'm not big on skinny chicks, but Rachel is beautiful. Her body isn't my style, but her face, though. Let me put Jenna away, and we'll check out Rachel. Yeah, she's cute. I mean, I'm not arguing. Nobody's arguing with this. The girl's cute. Super cute. Bob M says, I can't feel my toes right now. Oh, my goodness. J Smith 5187 says, Mia Khalifa is into sports. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is, Cordy. Sorry. Leif B says, also, I love that I passed out earlier, but my wife woke me up and the drain is still on. I don't know if administrative assistant is really stoked about that. Yeah, your boy's going to be drinking. Your boy's not going to go to bed like calmly tonight. What is all that noise? Canoe Man says, kind of like when I don't know who that is, got Anna Faris's address from Star Maps and drove over. Anna Faris? Who is E? Who the fuck is that? Entourage. Okay. Anna Faris? She's hot. Here's the thing about Anna Faris that I know about her. So she's on that show Mom. Is that right? And my mom, she likes to watch that show. So I'm kind of like, yeah, Mom, I'll watch that. And I only watch it for Anna Faris. She's hot. Super hot. All right. Oh my gosh. So Leif B said earlier, also, I love that I passed out a while ago and mom woke me up. I'm sorry, my wife woke me up and the drain is still going on. I mentioned that earlier. Canoe Man says, Leif, did you by chance piss on her? I'm dead. I'm absolutely fucking dead on that one. Jazzy Joe says Anna Kendrick. She's definitely a cutie. Very, very petite, small girl. And she's from Maine. Whatever that's worth. But she's cute too. No doubt about it. And she is an assistant actress in one of my favorite films, Up in the Air. Great film if you guys haven't seen that. Let's see. AU Taxman says Anna Faris has a great podcast. Faris. I know it says Faris, but I think she says it is Faris. Anna Faris. I think that's how she says her own name. No, I'm pretty sure that's true. She was on one of those Jimmy Kimmel mean tweets, and I think she said Anna Faris. Because she said something like, her name is Anna Faris, but her real name should be Anna Farts. That's how it went. Canoe Man says Pocket Watch is a huge Mom fan. Alpha Tiger says Anna Kendrick makes me go from 6 to midnight. Wow, she changes time zones for you, huh? That's crazy. Oh, Leif, believe me, dude, I've been singing that in my head a bunch during this show, yo. Leif says I woke up and sang "I'm gonna piss on you" in my best Chappelle voice. That's the Chappelle sketch with who was it? It was R. Kelly. Is there any way where you would believe that R. Kelly did that? All right, check this out, yo. It'd be like R. Kelly pissing on this girl with my mom watching and Neil taking notes, and it's just really funny, man. Oh man. AU Taxman says, Leif, it reminds me of the time I went to the Derby infield and saw a dude pass out twice before noon. That may have been me. The only time I went to the Derby infield, I know I was passed out before noon, and then I rallied. It was the 91 Derby. No, it was the 91 Derby. It was the winner was Strike the Gold, and I was sober for 0% of that day. Here's the thing about going to the Derby. So if you go to the infield, they will check. So I can't say this is the truth now, but at the time in 91, you could bring in one per group. You could bring in a cooler, and they check it very, very liberally. So what they do is they open the top, and they just kind of like smack their hand. I don't even know if they would do that now, but they kind of smack their hand through it to look for bottles. And if you don't see a bottle on the top, they just close it and say, go ahead. So what we did was we took our bottles and my girl, I know you're with me on this. We taped them to the bottom of the igloo, and then we put fruit on top of it. Fuck it, we weren't gonna eat fruit. We put the vodka on the bottom, taped it down, put fruit on the top, and they looked at it. They opened it, they looked at it, and they closed it, and they said, you're good. And so we went into the infield with like 3 half gallons of fucking vodka, like on the bottom of our cooler, and we just broke that bitch out and went at it. Absolutely went at it. 91 Derby, Strike the Gold one. It was kind of like an overcast day, so that was good because otherwise I would have gotten sunburned really bad. And I got drunk as shit. Absolutely tore down. That's what you should do at the Kentucky Derby, in my opinion. AU Taxman says the day he went to the Derby, he saw multiple people carried out on stretchers. Leif B says the best Chappelle sketch was when he had John Mayer playing with him and tried to get people of different races dancing. Absolutely. Here, listen to me if I can do this. Hold on. I'll battle any sex or any race. You beating me as Billy Crystal playing Scarface. I can't see it. I'm blind to the eye. I came up in your face. Oops, pow. Surprise. Oh! Boom. Got it. Did I not get it, Leif? Did I not get it, Leif? Leif B, this is a life lesson right here for you young people. Best booze you ever drink is the booze you sneak in somewhere. Thoughts on that, administrative assistant? Amazing. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We have been going for 3 hours and 55 freaking minutes. It is currently 11:09 in the Central Time Zone, 12:09 for our friends in the Eastern Time Zone. We're going to go to 4 hours. That's only like 4.5 minutes from now. But the problem is that your boy's got to go to the bathroom for a second, don't I? Can I hold out? I can hold out for 4 minutes, though. Hell yeah, I can. Christian shows up. We're like literally like 4 hours in the fucking show, and Christian shows up. Christian, we were talking about you earlier, brother. We were talking about you earlier because your boy, Justin Lee, who is a middling player at best, loves talking shit on the Twitter about how many games he's won. And the reason he's won any games is because of you. Because you're a very good player. And he rides your coattails and then he talks shit about how many games he's won. It's a joke. It's a freaking joke. But Christian is actually a very, very good player on Warzone. Probably the best player I played with. So that's my feeling on Justin Lee. And here's the thing about Justin Lee, too, for the OA News. If you guys check him out on the Twitter. I actually like Justin Lee. I think he's awesome. I think he's a really cool kid, and he's trying really hard, and I love him for that. But the Call of Duty Warzone shit, like, it's a joke. Like, Christian carries his ass all the time. So what are we going to do from this point forward, guys? We're going to be responsible drinkers. What'd you say? We're going to be responsible drinkers, as we always are. Let's see. Christian says, hold on. I have to go hard when I'm playing with Justin. Yeah, to carry his dumb ass. We should get some games in soon, JG. Not really. I like hanging out with the bunker people. And even though we don't win as often as we do, as we would if we were playing with you, at least it's fun, and I'm not playing with a fucking ringer. You're a really good player, though. But Justin's terrible. Leif B says, surprised he has to piss. He's talking about me. Surprised he has to piss even though the last hour has been all piss talk. That's good shit right there, bro. God bless. I can't believe how long this has been going. What the hell? I don't even want to look at that. Alpha Tiger says, does Double A think Gus is a swoogan? Possibly. We don't know yet. Hasn't been completely determined. Oh, damn. I can't do that, bro. Like, seriously, I can't. Leif B says, you need to toast the 4-hour mark with some of that white dog. Here's the white dog right here. It's the Buffalo Trace. It's the mash. 125 proof. It has this. So this is basically what Buffalo Trace is before it gets aged. Okay. Leif, listen, man, Leif, you know what I'm talking about, bro. I can't do it. I can't do it. But here's what I'm going to do. This is my guarantee to you, Leif. So we're going to do a show next week in Gatlinburg, and we're up there with my man JB and J-Dub and whoever else wants to hang out on the stream. We'll do a show, and we will drink the white dog. Okay? Because seriously, like right now, if I were to, hold on, D Lucky's talking about Neil Long. Holy shit. She's from Friday. That's what I know her from. We will drink this white dog, and I will make them drink it, Leif. But I'm thinking at this point, man, it's just going to kill me. I mean, I don't know if I'll make it out. Remember now, I have AFib. I got to be careful with this shit. I'm serious. I'm going to take double heart pill tonight just to make sure I don't palpitate out of my freaking gourd, okay? Hold on, man. No, hold on. D-Lucky asked for Neil Long, who's a hottie. No, we didn't have her last week. No, we did not. Neil Long from Friday? From Friday? No, I don't know anything about that. Oh, she. Oh. Oh my God. Is this 5 pictures of Neil Long? They aren't all good though. She was the love interest in Friday, and she was super hot, dude. Jada Pinkett Smith would like to be Neil Long, if you want to know my opinion. What'd you say? No. She had an affair with a guy, not a girl. Wait a minute. Jada Pinkett Smith had an affair with a guy and a girl? She had a relationship with a guy and a girl? Yeah. But Will Smith was like crying about it. Wasn't he crying? No. He sure looked like he was crying to me, but whatever. No, I don't think he looks at it that way. I cannot find a picture of Neil Long that I think does her justification. Do you Lucky? I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, bro. These pictures don't do her justification. My goodness, she was hot in Friday. Holy shit. These pictures don't do her justification. We're going to have to do something else. We're going to have to like make a request or something. I don't know what's going on here. It's BS. Oh, okay. This one will do. Yeah, this one will do. We can do that. Is that your way of saying I need to wrap it up? I got you, bro. Hold on. There's Nia Long. Friday. This is like what she looks like now. She's hot. It's ridiculous that I got to go through like 40 pictures to get a picture like this, though, dude. Shouldn't be that hard. It's hot. Everybody wants to jump in and jump in on their hotties, though. Everybody's got their thing, man. Hey, Taxman says we need a show where both JG and administrative assistant are hammered. It is difficult to get administrative assistant hammered because she comes from a long line of alcoholics, as she likes to tell people. Is that true? Yes. I'm going to be honest with you, D Lucky. If we posted Nia Long last week, I don't remember. I mean, it is so late in the show, I don't remember. Alpha Tiger says, "Where is Allie Davison?" Thank you for typing her name correctly with no D in the middle. It is Davison. I didn't ask Allie to be on the show today. It was funny because her and Ben were kind of going at it like friendly, but they were talking about how you guys have been talking about them on the bunker about who the best J. Tate era person was or whatever employee was. The answer is, of course, Jeffrey Lee and Brian Matthews, both. Matt N says she's had a little work done. Is that even true? I don't know. I used to be so bitter at people, Hollywood actresses that had work done, but then I decided to stop doing that because, man, they're facing pressures that we don't know, really, I guess. Looks really good to me. John H. said, is she in Atlanta? I don't know. I've not seen that show. Now, administrative assistant, I don't know what this means, but Leif B says, Nia don't need doorbells because she's got knockers. Anybody home? Anyway, she's cutie. Extremely cute. Yes. All right, guys. I think we've, yeah. All right, so here's the deal. We've gone 4 hours and 4 minutes. It's 11:18 in the Central Time Zone, 12:18 for our friends in the Eastern Time Zone. Our friend Alaska Tiger, who I don't think he's even in Alaska right now. He's actually in Puerto Rico, but if he was in Alaska, it would probably be like 8:18 or some shit like that. I don't know. But we're probably going to wrap it up there. I mean, seriously. I probably shouldn't be running this show. I don't even know how I'm running this show right now, honestly. It's just kind of like muscle memory. I do want to give a shout out. We're going to go through all of our super chatters because you guys are all heroes. Leif B, who's a badass. Cardea, Stoop Up, Hornatius, who I know had a bunch tonight. Sterling, I'm sorry. I don't think I called you out, bro. This is Snob Creek, Big Baller. I don't know about that, man. That was just basic, but it's good. Bob himself, Chris M, Raven, Bob Maplethorpe again. Wow. Abe Taxman, Absolute Beast, BMAC, 34420, Absolute Beast, Jazzy Joe. You guys know how I feel about Jazzy Joe, and you guys love him too. Pratt Tiger, Absolute Badass. Bob M again, Jazzy Joe again, Hornatius again, Bob M again, Jazzy Joe again, Bob M again, Jazzy Joe again. I love the cats, Hornatius again, Canoe Man. Love you, bro. Alpha Tiger helped me make sure I answered your question, but thank you very much for that, sir. Bob M again, Jazzy Joe again, Jazzy Joe again, D Lucky. I know you're a big fan of masks, and I am too. Oh my God, do we have a call coming in? We're gonna take it. Hey caller, what's going on? Welcome to the show.
Hello.
Who we got on the show?
This is the guy wanting to sell you car insurance.
I know who this is. This is Hornamania.
Yes, this is Horn Drago.
What up, bro? How you doing? This is actually Hornatius. What up, bro?
Nothing. Just drunk. I heard you about to sign off, and I told my wife I was going to call you just to make you stay on a little longer.
So what's going on with you, bro?
I'm about to kick my son's ass.
Why would you do that?
Dude, he has set up an autonomous zone in my fucking, oh, pardon my language, in my basement.
Wait, why?
Because that's what kids do now.
Oh, shit. I'm glad I don't have any young kids now, dude.
Dude, he's 13 years old, and he made me give him my truck so he could drive it to the beach.
That is unbelievable.
Dude, I'm so damn drunk. What the hell are you up to, man?
I'm just doing a show. We made it to we made it to 4 hours. Hornatius, Courtney, can you give me?
It ain't 1 a.m. yet in America, so you can't hang up.
No, it might be 1 a.m. in Puerto Rico, bitch.
Maybe. Shit, I don't know. Google that.
Can you give me that cup for real? No. Damn, administrative assistant's getting on my ass, bro.
Another hour. Another hour.
Hey, do you think we're gonna do the Halloween thing at your house, bro?
Dude, there's a Halloween thing in my house every damn year.
Yeah,
but you can't ever go because
why not?
you got some like job bullshit.
Well, are there hot girls there?
I mean, I guess. I mean, there's a few. One of them. No comment. My wife watches this show.
Oh yeah, she's awesome. Your wife's awesome. You've said so many nice things about her that I mean, it's just like we feel like she's part of the family, you know.
She's a Bammer half, but she's a good one.
Yeah,
she buys
I
Auburn
understand.
from the kids.
Yeah, she's good people.
Mm-hmm.
And you got a great new. I love your new house too, Hornatius.
What'd you say?
Your new house is fucking awesome. If you want to know my opinion.
Oh, no, there's so much work to be done here, man.
No,
I blew my load on the house, and my yard's not shit, and that drives me fucking nuts.
I get it, man. Hey, Madison, is there something you want to say to the people?
Oh,
No.
Hey, she flipping the Bammer? Is she flipping the Bammer? I knew it. I called it.
What are you saying?
What?
Say hi to Hornatius.
Hey, Hornatius.
Are you flipping the Bammer? I knew it.
Know if you're flipping Alabama.
I don't think so.
You're going to South Alabama. Right?
I mean, you're halfway there. You're South Alabama.
Nah, I don't even want to speak on that.
Might as well jump in.
Dude, she's pissed off. She would never go to Alabama, Horn. So stop that shit, bro.
Dude, I don't blame you, man. My damn family went to Alabama, coached at Alabama, played for Alabama, in the Alabama Sports Hall of Fame, and I still hate those motherfuckers.
You just said another bad word, Horn.
Dude, I'm like a half a bottle in to the 100 proof. So
well, I mean, me too, dude. I cashed this out and I drank out of this fucking Bardstown shit. So I mean, come on, bro.
Yeah, but my half a bottle is a damn handle.
Your half a bottle is your butt, man. Whatever, dude. You don't even know what you're talking about.
If it feels good, do it, man.
Seriously, I
Four
gotta
damn Eagle bitches.
All
1
right,
a.m.
Hornatius. See you, bro.
Drunk. Yes, sir.
See you, bro. There he goes. There he goes. There's Hornatius. Oh my God! Hey, Taxman says, "Really glad Horn's wife lets him post." You're not joking, bro. You remember that one time she jumped on there and man, she shut his ass down, didn't she? All right. All right. Administrative assistant is telling me it really is time to go for reals. Bob M says in the chat, Horn likes to party naked. He likes to play Tip the Donkey. Courtney, have you ever heard of that game? No, I've heard of it. She's heard of Let's Go to Bed. We're not ready to go to bed. Jack C says, question, best guess on when the season is canceled. I got the over-under on August 1st. Yeah, I think it'll be before that. I think when the commissioner makes his ruling, I think it's going to be like no season. Because I don't think he can, play around with that. Alpha Tiger says, I'd rather my kids change sexes than go to Alabama. Listen, guys, I got friends who are Bammers, and it's all good. They know how I feel about this, but there was literally no way that my daughter was going to Alabama. Like, there was no. I don't care if you go to Duke, and you guys know how I feel about Duke. Go to Duke. You cannot go to Alabama. There's no chance. What? Okay. Administrative assistant says I need to get off the air. Seriously. So I'm going to go wrap it up. You guys are absolute beasts. I've already gone through all the super chatters. You know I love you. All y'all. I don't know what that means. Jack, see. But if it is, it does suck. If the season doesn't go through, that does suck. But, I mean, that's just good. Canoe Man says the Commodore needed a potty like 30 minutes ago. That's about right. No joke about that. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. But anyway, guys, so we'll wrap it up there. Dang, I don't think I have the stream up anymore. That's crazy. Anyway, we'll wrap it up there, guys. You guys know how I feel about y'all. You're absolute beasts. All of you guys. Just total badasses. And I've enjoyed it. We have streamed like 4 hours and something. I don't know what it is now, Cordy. 4 hours and 13 minutes. My God, that's the longest stream we've ever done.
Oh, it is.
She says, I know it is. Yeah, whatever. All right, we'll go ahead and wrap it up, guys. Till we see you again, keep your feet on the ground. Keep reaching for the stars. See ya.